All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Supermarket Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you, fellas, this fine, beautiful Wednesday morning?
You know, I'm great. I had a morning where, you know, I'm like, I got to go for a run. So I went out for a run and I didn't feel like it. And then I felt great, Carlos. I was running.
Yeah.
I thought, man, like I felt like I was like just
The
like
champ.
flying, right? Yeah, I felt like a champ. I was flying, and I ended up running into a friend and his dog, and who got me all dirty. But anyways, but I felt awesome. And then I get back, and I'm like, oh, let me check my time. That had to be a record time. Super slow. Like I look at my time, I'm like, what? What? I don't understand. I felt like
What
I
took
was
place
like setting
here?
a record time. No, it was like way off my normal pace. Like I was really slow. And I'm like, I don't understand. And to me, like everything comes back to a trading lesson, right? And to me, you know, I was thinking, you know, that's exactly what it's like in trading. Sometimes you see a trade and you're like, this is going to be the best trade ever. And then 10 seconds later, it's like, why is this not working? Like I could have sworn this was going to be the trade that was going to make me $1 trillion and I was going to retire. And I'm like, sometimes it's just the way it goes, right? When you feel good about something up front, doesn't necessarily mean that's the thing that's going to give you the best result. So anyways, but that's the way it goes. So anyways, I'm still feeling good. I mean, time notwithstanding, it was a good run. So, you know, I'll just take that and take the positive and say it was good. Now we have we know, Eamon, you had a good day yesterday.
Well, I had a good day. I did not run. I hate running, but after our short discussion during the pre-market, I was like, okay, done with trading. I'm going to get the car.
I
know,
and it was an
man.
impulsive decision.
You wasted no time to go pick this bad boy up.
We had a conversation yesterday morning. You mentioned the car. Carlos and I were all fascinated, and out you go and buy it. I am impressed. I got to say, I'm totally impressed by that. Guys, a thumbs up and a like for Eamon. I mean, look, this is a man who's living the life. He's just like, screw it. I'm getting the car. Like, no, you know, let's just make it happen. Look at this big pimpin' mobile he's got.
If you want something, don't overthink it. Just go for it. If you overthink it, you're not going to get it. Exactly.
Yes.
There you go.
Strong.
He just went and bought it. So
yeah.
I love it. Anyways,
awesome,
all right.
it's
so
awesome.
and you said like you got it right away. Like it's sitting in your driveway right now.
It's sitting in the driveway. Yeah, I'll take you a picture mid trading show. I'll show you how it looks like in the back.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I just that's fast, right? Even in North America, you get a car like. Yeah, it's always like they make you wait a day or two to do the paperwork, get a license, and all that stuff. So
not here in Russia. It's really quick.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. I think that's awesome. So well done, Eamon. Just get
Thank
it. Like
you,
you said, don't overthink it. You want it, get it. Beautiful.
It's like a trade. You see it in front of you. You don't hesitate even for a second. What do? You
Take
just pull the trigger and you buy it.
Wow.
Exactly. Take the damn
Peter
trade.
will tell
That's
you,
it.
take the damn
I
trade.
just
There
took
you
the
go.
damn trade.
He's
The guy was
living,
sitting there and
living the
telling me,
motto.
take the damn trade.
Take
And
the
I was like,
damn
okay.
trade. Good for you. There you go. I can't argue with that. That's my own philosophy. So there you go. I love it.
Awesome, friends. Everyone, good morning. As you're joining us here, we have so much going on today. Another great day so far in the markets. Hopefully, we hope that it can continue to be great. A lot of news. SPY continues higher. Did we hit an all-time high yet? Yes, we did.
We did yesterday.
I can't tell. We're like right on it. I can't tell. 740.92 is the high at the moment. It looks like that is, wow, it's like right on the penny, man. It's like right there. Anyways, we're hovering near all-time highs, and everything else is NVDA all-time highs. I mean, it is just, everything is looking good. And so many stories to go along with this. We have data today as well, so just a lot happening. Before we get to all of that, friends, and also the president traveling over to China. And, we're tracking his flight here. I don't know if this is the tracker. What we're looking at is it's like a lot of people tracking the aircraft and just see what happens And yeah, we'll see what comes out of there. And did you hear the story that they added they added NVIDIA CEO Huang last minute? He met them in
Oh yeah.
Alaska. Yeah, so the plane went to refuel in Alaska, and I guess after all the crap that they got, that hey, the NVIDIA CEO is not on the plane, he met them in Alaska for the refueler and joined the plane, and he's on his way as well. So NVIDIA
Wow.
getting on board, and they're gapping up this morning partly because of that. They're not being left behind. So before we get into all of it, friends, let's jump into Amen. You got our stories for yesterday, Tuesday in 60
Oh
seconds.
yeah. All right, guys. So yesterday was interesting because I think a lot of us, or maybe just me, I thought that the market is going to end up into a major sell-off because of CPI, but that's not what really happened. The CPI obviously came hotter than expected, slightly. The core also beat estimates. The oil stayed above $100. Rate cut hopes, I think they are done. They faded even more. But the more important thing is that the market handled the CPI really well. There was no sell off, but the real sell off happened only after the market opened. So these felt less like panic from the inflation data and more like traders finally taking in some profits, especially after six straight winning weeks and with the market sitting around all-time highs. Obviously, the semiconductors, AMD, Qualcomm, Micron, the whole chip industry dropped a lot intraday. But buyers came back later during the day and everything recovered. Some of the stocks actually even closed above the previous day close area, which was interesting. So the real point from yesterday maybe is that the market is finally cooling off, but the buyers are still not going anywhere easily. Any single big drop is feels like an opportunity to get or to load in. And on what to expect today. Like we said, yesterday was the big CPI reaction day. Today is more about confirmation. At 8:30, we'll get the PPI. So now the market wants to see if inflation pressure is still building behind the scenes, especially with both oil, especially with oil still being at the highs. If the
You update
PPI
slides,
comes,
Carlos.
oh yeah, we'll need to switch the slide. So, where was I? So basically, if the
Sorry.
PPI also comes in hot, then maybe traders will be if PPI comes in hot, then people will be adding another pressure on top of the CPI numbers that happened yesterday. And we might think that this was not just a 1 day problem, we'll be having 2 days problem in a row, right? The second thing that people are watching right now is the Fed transition. Warsh got confirmed yesterday, and now the market's trying to figure out what's going to happen next. Because Trump wanted Warsh to be there to support these Fed cuts, but now with everything happening right now, these hopes are slowly fading away, like we're saying. And finally, the big event is happening tomorrow. It's Trump Xi Summit in Beijing. Uh, that means that today's Alibaba earnings are actually going to be interesting. And I think I'm going to be watching Baba today simply because of that. Usually it's an ugly stock to trade, but when there are big events or big news coming in, stock could get a lot of volatility, a lot of liquidity, and that's exactly what we're looking for when we day trade. Also, we'll get Applied Materials earnings. That's a big report for the whole AI and semiconductor trades because it will tell us whether companies are still spending money on the AI infrastructure or maybe this is cooling off. Anyway, today it's going to be more about inflation. Does it stay hot, especially with the PPI numbers coming out at 8:30? Will the Fed story change with the new chairman? And can AI spending still keep getting the market higher or not? And yeah, that's basically it. Now let's go to leave it to Carlos and Peter to lead us through the gappers list and everything that we have.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm just watching the feed here. Looks like the president has arrived already in Beijing, and this is a live feed according to YouTube. Who knows? Like, this could be a few minutes delayed, but there it is. He's landing, and man, talk about the way they receive presidents in Beijing. Look at the ceremony here. That's pretty nice. So good stuff happening there as he is arriving
Always,
for
Always
discussion.
pomp
But
and circumstance. Yeah.
yeah, they do it big, man. Look at this. We don't do that here in the U.S. When you come over, it's just one guy meets you and brings you in. There, they got a quarter of the army outside and some people with suits. I mean, that's nice. That's cool. That's very cool.
There you
All
go.
right, friends. We'll see what continues. A big thing today is what stories come out of all that and who gets a deal. Boeing, NVIDIA, who gets any type of new deal that can pump these stocks even higher than what they are right now. We'll keep an eye out for any news that
Exciting.
breaks out throughout the a few days here. All right, let's continue, friends. Our gappers list this morning has a ton on there. But before we do that, actually, U.S. economic data, Peter, we got some stuff scheduled for today.
Yeah, I don't expect to have much of a market impact, frankly. We have the producer price index, the PPI data, core and non-core, that's coming out. I think it's going to come out pretty much to target with no surprises. Crude oil inventories is rated as a high impact item, but look, I would have expected we were seeing significant negative crude oil inventories as stocks are being depleted, but that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, if you look at the range, I was looking back here at the range over the last, little period of time, and it ranges between negative 10 million and positive 10 million on a regular basis, right? That sort of would be the common range, no matter how far back you go. The data seems to reflect that, which means that, right now with the forecast at negative 2 million barrels, it's no big deal, right? And as long as we come in anywhere near that number, I think the market's going to largely ignore it. If we have significantly, sort of more inventory stockpiling, then we may see oil stocks start to drop a little bit. If it comes in significantly lower, oil prices will go up. So, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to come in pretty much at target. But those are the two numbers. We'll let you know about the PPI at 8:30, just in case the market chooses to react, or it comes in as a surprise outside of the forecast range. And same thing with crude oil. I guess Carlos. Well, we usually forget that as we're doing other things. But I said I don't expect much impact. I'm actually trading live with our friends at Peak Capital today. Our boot camp is underway.
Yes.
And that means we all go over there and do a shift trading live with them, help explain our trades and go through it. It's a very in-depth type session compared to when, Carlos, you and I are trade here, of course, every morning, but we're more or less just watching the markets and trying to find our good trades as opposed to teaching exactly what we're doing. What are we looking at? How are we assessing? There's a lot more that goes into it at the boot camp, and it's all part of the program. So anyways, I'll be leaving you guys a little bit early for that today, but Carlos, I'm sure you've got things under control.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely take care of our members here. But I had my meeting yesterday, my first meeting with the P Capital team for a 5-minute RB, which is awesome. So looking forward to working with those guys for the next 13 weeks. It's going to be really something amazing to see. All right, friends, let's continue here as we are just watching things develop there. I'm just loving the flags. I mean,
you like the
great.
synchronized flag waving?
Yeah, look at that, man. That's awesome.
That's because they get shot if they don't do it right. So
I was about to say they are going to get their hands cut, but okay, that's close.
Oh my goodness.
Too much? Too much?
No, it's never too much for the show. We've been down very dark holes, but I didn't think about that. Yeah, you messed this up. Yeah. It's not like, hey, you're not on the team no more. You might be unalived. Oh, we're so brutal.
There's a lot of incentive to do it properly. So.
People from if you're from that country and you're just laughing at us, we understand. Maybe North Korea. In North Korea for sure. I don't think Beijing gets down that bad.
This is me embracing my elderly persona, as people were saying. I just say what everybody's thinking. I think that maybe that's the freedom of getting old, right? You lose all your filters. And you just get to lose the filters.
And you get to say things. Absolutely.
What I like is the fact that they have the Beast, right? They have this specially designed Cadillac that goes with them everywhere. So I assume that like flying right before the 747 is like a giant like military transport plane that's got this loaded into the back, right?
I thought this came out right out of their 747, but there's another.
Does it? I don't know.
I think it comes right on from the back, but if not, there is this other aircraft. Yeah, I think they pull it out from the back, man. He travels with his stuff right on there. Okay. There's this other aircraft called Hank 99, which I was tracking earlier. And Hank 99 is, I guess, travels with them. I don't know what it does, but it's also up in the air as well. If I can get this out of the way, where it is. Hank 99. It's
Yeah.
another military type aircraft. It
John,
also says Air Force One.
I would trust John here. John is saying that they fly everything on C-17s. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, right? A big military
Yeah.
transport. They put that stuff because I imagine they've got all sorts of support vehicles, right? That they want. I mean, maybe they've got one vehicle in the belly of the plane. I don't know. I mean, anyways,
Yeah.
whatever they
Yeah.
do, they make
It's
it work.
awesome. You
We
guys
know.
got
You know,
his thing with him.
what's especially funny for me as a Canadian, right? Like when you look at the difference, like when the Canadian Prime Minister flies around,
Yeah.
he's virtually flying like commercial flights. Not quite, but the level
No,
of
he's not.
security, no, but it's the level of security is so significantly lower than it is
Yeah.
with the U.S. president, right? Like it's
Oh
just
man.
it's stark how different it is.
Yeah.
But anyways,
What does maybe
yeah.
John knows? John,
Anyways,
what's this one though? What is this
yeah.
Hank 99? What does this do? Is this the one?
Oh,
Because
look at
that's
that.
also on
That's
its
got
way
some
over there. Yeah, it's got some radars and
Okay.
stuff like that. Now that's still in the air. That hasn't landed yet. So I wonder what is this thing
Oh,
doing on its way over there.
maybe
So
it's maybe there's a policy or protocol where they keep one in the air for like a live rescue in case the ground
I,
plane gets immobilized. I don't know.
who knows? But this one's on
Yeah,
its way
command
there.
and control. Yeah. Anyways, whatever they do,
Yeah,
man, it's an expensive process to
it
get the
sure
president
is.
anywhere. So
Sure is. All right.
yeah.
Let's
Anyway.
continue, friends. Here, let's take a look here. We'll start with our gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. As we say, welcome to Hamada Jasmid, 1243. Welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family.
Yeah, welcome.
Great to have you. And thank you for those members that support the channel with the Lambos and Garbage Truck membership. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you. And if you're joining us for the first time, subscribe. We'd love to have you come back and join us anytime we're on live. All right, let's get started here with our gappers list. First on deck, up 27% this morning, so kicking things off right. EOSE. Let's see what's happening here. Wow, look at this massive move this morning, up 28%. Was high as much as 1190 is the high of the pre-market, back down to 1038 at the moment, and 19 million shares traded. So Peter, definitely some action on this one today. What is the latest and greatest?
Yeah, this company called EOS Energy Enterprises. Looks like they had earnings, so they reported their earnings, and we've got a lot of earnings that are happening this week. It's just not the sort of the top tier stuff that we tend to look at. As Eamon mentioned, we do have some earnings to look forward to. Later this week, Applied Materials, of course, after the close tomorrow. We've got today. This morning, EOS is one of the ones. I don't know if you have that chart, Carlos. You can look at the earnings here quickly, but we've got Cisco and USA, the rare earth that we've looked at, USAR. We've got one of my favorite stocks, Grab a Gun, that we never trade. Their ticker is Pew, PEW, poo 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 poo. Grab a Gun. Anyways, this is like an online gun retailer, very American. Like you don't get more American than going online to buy your weaponry arsenal. Like nowhere else in the world do you do that. Anyways, I find it amazing. Anyway, but as you can see, a number of earnings. We'll cover a couple of them this morning that come up. EOS is the first of them. They beat their numbers, raised their guidance. Once again, it's another one of these companies that they are making sure they take advantage of the current environment. You go to their website, they talk about they provide gigawatt scale, high density energy storage architecture for AI data centers. So it's all about, as long as you can say you're doing stuff for AI enabled data centers, then, it's all about AI interference. Why? Our AI power delivery is the best. And it's amazing to me how many of these companies, it doesn't matter where their money actually comes from. It doesn't matter, what their relative spend is. They are going to tout the heck out of AI. Even if they've just thought about it once, they'll produce a white paper and say, look, we're into AI. So EOS is playing the game. And they've got a little bit of a stock pump here this morning. Is this right? Wait a second. What's the volume on this, Carlos? What volume are you seeing?
I got 19 million, man. I got quite a bit. What do you got?
Okay. EOS. Oh, that's why. EOSE.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong stock.
EOSE.
If you just do EOS, it had like 500 shares. I'm like, wait a second,
Oh.
what is happening? That's why I was confused. All right, EOSE. Yeah, 19 million shares. Yeah, so I mean, it's in play. It actually looks better than I would have thought. The pre-market action looked great in terms of trading activity. I'm not sure. I mean, its regular volume is decent, 24 million. I'm just not familiar with it. So that makes me a little uncertain. But so far this morning, this actually looks like a good trading option to me.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, and it's not a low flow, right? It's 256 million, as we mentioned, and yeah, typically we'll see this from low flow tickers, lower price stock, which is normally not our bread and butter, but I think it's worth watching, man. I think it's in play, and we'll see what we can get out of it. I'm just deciding whether I'm going to put it primary or secondary. We'll do primary for now. We can always switch that around if we find something better, but definitely in play this morning and not a low flow ticker. VELO is next. We've seen this many times. Velo 3D or Velo 3D up 23%. Normally does not trade very well. Only 239,000 shares trade. So again, stocks like this, when they're gapping up 23% in so little volume, I'm always concerned that they're not really going to trade well as we expect. So I'm not a fan of it. I'm gonna leave this one alone, Peter. Not sure if you'd like anything on it.
Yeah, I mean, their business model is fascinating to me. I don't remember when like 3D printing was like all the rage, and then it was cool, and everybody wanted to do it. I don't know. I feel like that's not as much of a thing now. Like it's died off. I mean, people are still actively printing it, but their business model is trying to sell these for commercial applications. Basically saying, why don't you build parts instead of like trying to go to a manufacturer, right? You just buy a whole bunch of our big industrial machines and you can print all your machine parts. And if you go to their website, what's fascinating is they show a bunch of their industrial machines lined up. They show printing process, and then they show a rocket taking off. Carlos, I have to admit, the first, and they put it all under the header of printing freedom. I have to admit, do I want my rocket parts to be custom printed in a 3D printer? I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it any better or worse than other manufacturing processes? I guess in my mind, I picture cheap plastic parts, right? But that's not necessarily the case. I mean, you could, I guess you could 3D print out of all sorts of materials, but rocket parts, okay. I mean, I guess, what do I know about the technology?
Melting disposable plastic parts, right? I mean,
yeah,
to get the job done.
Yeah, so they're definitely 3D printing out of aluminum or other high grade metals or something, but I don't know. I mean, what, it might actually be a better process than standard or traditional manufacturing. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But cool.
Probably
Anyways,
lighter.
so
probably lighter too.
Maybe. Yeah, and you can get it exact to spec. Anyways, look, I find the business model interesting, and others find it interesting too, because they've seen 48% revenue growth, and they confirmed their guidance. Now, what was interesting, they did not increase their guidance, but they reconfirmed it, which normally the market doesn't like, right? They want to see you increase the guidance. But this is, they also sort of reminded everybody that they got another $50 million of equity investing. So, that's good. They've got a $30 million backlog of orders. So, and $30 million is good when your annual sales are only about $45 million. So that means they've got about 8 months worth of backlog. And as long as they can maintain or grow that, then they should be in good spot. Carlos, while you say we are familiar with this, we only see it at earnings time, or at least I don't remember ever seeing this outside of the earnings quarterly reports. I actually sort of like where it sits on the daily. I don't like the pre-market price action. It's very low. There's only 240,000 shares. It's a low trading stock at only 1.6 million. So the daily chart looks good. The price action doesn't. So
yeah. Agree. We'll leave this one alone, friends. If it had more volume, maybe, but again, just such low volume at the moment. Let's look at Wolf. I do like the story behind it, though, Peter. Pretty interesting stuff there. Wolf here, WOLF. Yes, Wolf. We are up 20% at the moment. Wolf Speed is the name of the ticker that we have here. And just looking at the volume, 1.9 million shares traded. It is a 5.5. I thought this was higher, but it is a 5.5 million shares flow, so a lot lower, as you can see here. For some reason, I thought it was much higher. But good volume today, good activity in the pre-market. Again, low flow stock, so I'm not too inclined to have it on deck. Here's the daily. The last couple of weeks, really, starting in April, you could see a very high increase, sustained volume over the last couple of weeks. So that's good. Maybe they're changing things around, but again, they're still low flow, and man, they're high flying this morning, as high as 78.54, back down to 64. So that's a $14 drop almost. Peter, what's the latest and greatest with Wolfspeed this morning?
Yeah, now they're listed as a semiconductor company, but once again, it's another one of these supportive companies that provide other services related to the chip design and AI services. And what's interesting is that they had a short float. They were sitting on a short float of 58%. That's very, very high. So, and especially in a market that's been like, red hot. We got things heading all-time high, and Wolfspeed was shorted 58%. Well, the shorts basically got squeezed this morning or yesterday. Yesterday, there was a report that came out, and surprisingly, it's from Citrini Research. And rather than being a hit piece that took them down, they actually said that Wolf is well positioned and think they're going to be a big growth target going forward. Now, if you look at their stock price, they've already seen a heck of a lot of growth since the beginning of April. They've gone from about $16 up to as high as $80 almost this morning. Largely, I mean, even before today, they were up as high as 50, so more than like tripled their price.
Tell me about it.
And that's squeezing the shorts, and we're just seeing an extreme squeeze here. If the shorts thought they could hang on maybe up to about 50, well, this price is going to cause them a lot of problems. So this one is basically caught in a short squeeze. And remember, last time we saw some of these short squeezes, think of car, right? Sort of as a huge short squeeze. Now, I don't think we're going to be as extreme as Budget Avis was, right? I mean, that was extreme by any measure. But this could be in play today. I'm surprised that we're seeing as light price movement this morning as we are. 1.9 million shares traded, but the price action doesn't really reflect that. Over the last few minutes, it's actually been pretty quiet, which makes me wonder. Like, I'm a little suspicious about how long the short squeeze is going to last, but I'd be tempted to put it on the list just to see what happens, Carlos, because like we've just seen a couple of these short squeezes really sort of take off and just, go crazy. So, this one, the likelihood is this won't, like it just happened and the squeeze is over. But, hey, look, we've had recent experience, so, we can't forget it.
Yeah. I like it, man. Popcorn ticker, because it is a low flow stock, so we want to be careful with it. But I gotta tell you though, it's is it doing the thing? Yeah, let me refresh here.
Started.
It's a website thing. We'll get that fixed. We got some stuff in the way that's gonna help with that. Give me one second. Let me refresh. It's
he just has to reset it. There it is.
Yeah, it's got to reset it. You know what it is? We're tracking these military aircrafts. We're saying Air Force Ones. We're saying if you don't follow the rules, you're going to get shot. I mean, all these things has got to be picking up some people saying, we got to start watching this channel a little bit closer. I won't be surprised if the FBI is tapping in and saying, get all the background on Carlos Peter. And then they got a guy from Russia on too. Oh, my goodness. We are in so much trouble, man. Forget about it. We are being watched. Amen. We're being tracked. Eamon? Wait a second. I'm blaming all of us.
Wait, he's blaming you. I'm just listening here.
All three of us. Well, we're all responsible. So we are in big trouble here. We are sending up so many red flags. It's not even funny.
We love you. We love everybody. China,
we love the U.S.
Great.
We love Canada.
Yeah.
We got a great guy in Russia.
Freedom U.S. Our robot overlords are awesome.
Everything is great. Everything is great. Yeah. All right. As we're getting set up here, guys, I see Jared getting ready to go in just a second here. But first, let's wait for some data that's coming out. We'll give you the data, then we'll switch over to Jared. We'll see if this data does anything for us. I think, Peter, you already have it up and running. So let's go switch to that and see what comes out and how the market reacts. Then we'll switch the chat over to our good buddy Jared. Looking forward to see what shirt Jared has on today. Jared's usually having these really nice shirts, man. I got to shop where he shops.
Yeah. I think you
right?
put pressure on for him to find the right shirt. Yeah. In a couple of seconds here, I expect the data to come out. We should see it live on the screen as it pops up. Again, I don't expect a huge surprise. We'll keep an eye on the market here as the data populates. I see the market's pushing down right now. Data came out.
Yeah.
Actually, there is a surprise, and it's surprisingly positive. PPI number 1.4% versus the 0.5 in the core at a whole percentage point versus 0.3. So yeah, that is a little bit of a surprise data, much higher than anticipated. And you can see the market immediately pushed down. If you've got a SPY chart there, you can see we dropped dropped about a percentage point, going from green to red actually. So we'll see if this is sustainable. It could very well recover this and go back to its previously scheduled activity, but an immediate reaction from the market there as we had positive PPI data. So remember, this is at the front end of the chain, the producer price index. So essentially, the producer price index, while it's good for producers, it does indicate inflationary pressures, which would drop the market technically. Again, this market has decreasingly been responding to economic data only because the market has been increasingly divorced from the economic impacts and data because people aren't making decisions based on economic outputs and fundamentals. And anyways, it's just a fascinating place. We all know this, right? How many times have we mentioned over the last 2 years how this market is just completely separate from the fiscal reality of what we're experiencing, right? Like the economic state of the nation does not seem to reflect what the market's doing. It's all-time highs, whereas we've got inflationary pressures and shrinkage and different economic measures, which normally would have a correlated effect. These days, all-time high, baby. But anyways, we are seeing a little bit of a drop here on the SPY and the Qs. Going, like I said, red on the SPY, and the Qs are holding on to green for now. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, it looks like the drop is over, Carlos, and we're stabilizing. So there you go, guys. There's the data. The next data point, again, crude oil inventories, which I don't really expect to have a huge impact, like I mentioned, but it's good to be aware of, especially if you're in a trade around 10:30. Just know the market may react again if the numbers come out as a surprise.
All right, there you go. Jared up and running in chat room, friends. If you want to watch him, you can head over to abeartrace.com and see what's taking place there as Engineering the Markets kicks off with Jared and 4 members in our chat room. All right, let's take a quick break here. Eamon, let's go to you, man. See what you got for us this morning. I know that we have our social posts we can get into. And actually, our feature story is first, right? I believe. Yes, feature story for today. See what's going on there.
Let's do the social. Yeah,
social post
both
is
is
better?
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it. All right.
Yeah, both is okay, honestly. Yeah, let's go with the social pulse. So basically, we have Baba's earnings out, and this is interesting because Baba is spending a lot on AI, cloud, infrastructure, very similar to what Amazon, Microsoft, and Google did years ago. And investors are not fully convinced with what Baba is doing. Why is and maybe they're right because revenue missed expectations, the profits got hit, and the margins are getting squeezed because Alibaba keeps putting a lot of money into the AI growth, similar to what all the other companies are doing at the moment, right? But at the same time, their cloud business is actually not doing bad. It's growing really fast. The AI demand inside Alibaba continues to explode, and the management keeps talking about how huge the long-term plans could be for this AI cloud expansion. So now the market there is split. The bulls are saying this is the beginning of China's AI build out and the race with and the competition with the US. Spend big right now to dominate later. But the bears are saying that China is dealing with a tough situation inside because there are some US chip restrictions, there is some geopolitical pressure, and there is a lot of uncertainty everywhere. This is why this meeting that's going between Trump and Xi this is why this meeting between Trump and Xi is going to be really important because if these trade tensions cool a little bit more and if the chip restrictions ease a bit, this could be could lead into a huge improvement for these chips race and AI infrastructure for China. So the real question right now is Is China building the next big AI ecosystem right now, or the US restrictions going to keep them one step behind? So we'll see what's going to happen with this meeting and how it's going to affect the market in the next couple days.
Yeah,
All
and
right, awesome.
what's also unique about this meeting, we have to remember, we talked about how Huang was going with it, the CEO of NVDA. And, as Trump has done many times, he likes to travel with a whole bunch of CEOs in tow, right? So, but bringing, and it's not uncommon. I mean, this has been done in the past where you bring some, leads, especially on the key areas of discussion. You bring some of the industrial leaders, CEOs of these companies along with you. But it'll be interesting in this meeting to say, so what's the CEO's point of view? Right? Are they on the side of the U.S. in terms of the restrictions? Are they going to be pushing for an easing of the restrictions? Because of course that could mean more global sales for them, and make sure they have access to the full global markets. From Xi's point of view, is he going to use this as an opportunity to get access to those chips, or is he going to use it as an opportunity to say we don't need you? We're developing our own product, and we're going to outpace you or leave you behind, or is he going to sort of demonstrate independence? I don't know. Like, it could be an interesting positioning activity, and we may never know the truth, right? Because a lot of these conversations they never make public, but it'll be from a back side discussion. I guess I'm just I'd love to know exactly how these conversations are going to go, and and what the outcome is. Like, are we going to change policy? Are we going to stay the course? Are we going to double down? Right? All options are on the table, which means we could see a lot of market impact. This is sort of an important meeting from a market perspective as to what the perceptive growth opportunities are for the U.S. market, especially in this, I said, superheated climate that we've been in for the last little while.
Yeah, absolutely. Amy, while we're at it, man, let's look at what is expected for. I'm sorry, the
Or
feature
the
story
feature
for today.
story.
Yeah, let's look at that,
All
and
right,
then we'll
guys.
get to our gappers.
Okay, so we talked about yesterday's CPI number. It was not hot, right? But the bigger story is what's happening to the consumer underneath it. Because if you look at wages versus inflation right now, people are actually losing purchasing power by a lot. And Peter mentioned it yesterday, right? People make more money, but they could buy less with that money. And the scary part is where this inflation is hitting. It's hitting gas, food, airline tickets, shelter, transportation. I mean, it's not one category that's being hit by inflation. It's spreading almost everywhere at once. And the shelter was a big one yesterday because rents actually started accelerating again after slowing down for a few months. This is important because it tells the market that this may not just be an oil spike anymore. It's way bigger than that. But as always, the stock market is still going into all-time highs, or at least it's sitting near all-time highs with the current sell-off that we are seeing. The AI stocks are still strong. The semis are still leading, but again, the consumer is getting slowly squeezed month after month. So Wall Street is basically betting on one thing right now, that consumers can keep spending even while the real wages are negative. And I think this is the interesting thing at the moment because eventually one side needs to give, right? Either inflation is going to cool down, or maybe consumer is going to slow down, or the market has to reprice its position and maybe finally give us the correction or the pullback that we are waiting for. And honestly, with yesterday's sell-off and the price action that we're seeing in the pre-market today, it feels like a lot of traders are going to be finally taking some or locking in some profits, which is logical, right? If you've been riding this rally for the last 2 or 3 weeks in a row, and then you see one day with a huge sell-off. I mean, luckily we survived it by a reversal. Then a second day sell-off with some negative numbers and negative news. Probably you're going to be locking in some profits, and it's too late to jump into this rally. So I think the next few days, maybe the next couple of weeks, are going to be interesting, and we might find some major corrections.
All right. Thank you, Eamon, for that information. All right, friends, let's continue here. Before we continue, actually, I want to just let you guys know yesterday, thank you guys for all the support. Yesterday, we hit some really high numbers with viewership and likes. You guys are amazing. So we saw those numbers really pump up yesterday. So thank you for that. It does help out the channel a ton when you're subscribing, when you're hitting the like button, and when you're just hanging out here with us. So we really appreciate that. So thank you, man. We had like 567 likes yesterday. Viewership of almost a peak of 1,200, which is on the high end, almost 1,300. So thank you for all of that. I really, really appreciate
Awesome.
it. And this reminds us, even myself, because I think I did it already. Let me check. I haven't. Reminds us to hit the thumbs up on YouTube. So doing that right now. So we made it 63. Hit the button. And again, thank you guys so much for that. We'll get 600 today. Let's see, man. 600 will be that'll be a big number. If we get that, I'll be very happy. That'll be awesome. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. So that kind of covers. Go ahead, Peter.
I was just going to say, and I like, what Eamon is saying about the real economy, Main Street versus Wall Street, where we are seeing that contraction. So, and I like that, Eamon, you're leading by example, right? He's just like, to heck with your debt. Just go and buy a car. Just go spend. Well, life is short. Debt is temporary. Just spend. And if you get into trouble, don't blame me.
So, absolutely, I gotta change this actually.
Support your local economy. Anyways, it is a tough world though. It's as I said, hey, I came on Monday morning, and what was the first thing I was complaining about? I went and bought groceries and gas.
Grocery was expensive. Yeah,
I know. I said I spent between groceries and gas. I spent $500, and I didn't come home with anything. Right? Like I felt like I bought nothing. And I spent $500. Like it was one of those where it was a rude awakening for me, because I said I'm not particularly price sensitive, but every once in a while, it hits home, and you're like, I paid what? I paid like a $1.50 for a green pepper. Like, what the heck is going on, right? Anyways, it's
Peter's about to start growing his own peppers in the backyard. Peter's gonna start growing there.
Yeah, my wife has asked me to set up a garden for her, so I guess maybe I should do that at some point.
Yeah, would be nice. Switching over here, because Duncan did not pay for this advertising, so we're going to switch the cup over like this. So now when I drink, it looks white. Duncan, you want the advertisement, you got to call me, and we'll set you up, but you can't get advertised with the logo there. I'm going to write here. I'm going to write trading terminal on the cup. I gotta do that.
Oh my goodness. Right. Okay.
There we go. No free meals. No free meals.
Too late. You just gave them the free advertising. Though,
well, that was the hook.
You're not going to.
That was the hook for them to call me.
Okay. All right. Hopefully you get a call.
Hopefully we get a call. All right, friends. Let's continue here. So that kind of covers our gap. Well, there's some more stuff at the bottom. There's a ton of stuff at the bottom, actually. And that's a lot of it because of the way the overall market, as Peter mentioned earlier, all-time highs. Market is pulling back a little bit now, given the news that just came out. Actually, a bigger reaction than what we expected. So we're seeing that there. And that can also drive some tickers maybe a little bit lower this morning. But let's see. SPY is going into the red right now, trying to recover. We'll give it a little bit of time to digest all the news, do the algo thing, and see what that looks like a little bit later. Peter, let's go to you. Clearly, a ton of stuff in the gap up this morning. I mean, the list is massive. Anything you like on there, or any earnings you want to talk about today before we go to the gap down?
The earnings that I had are actually all gapping down now. Some of them were up earlier, but now with the market having turned, they're gapping down. So maybe we'll cover them when we get there. I noticed that the one sector that seems to be holding out in the green is the semiconductor sector. It's pretty much green across the board. NVIDIA, Micron, AMD, Intel, they're all green, and some by a good margin. I mean, look at Micron. It's up over $800 again. Like,
easy, man.
It's just what do you even do with this thing anymore? But anyway,
I love looking at the daily on this. I mean, at the weekly, it just boggles my mind.
Yeah,
look at this.
Yeah. I know. It's nuts. And one that we haven't looked at for a while, but we were watching yesterday, talking about it in the chat room, SanDisk. Right, I mean it's another one. Just look at that on the weekly, Carlos. It's even more impressive, arguably. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's just nuts, right? I mean, $1,500 stock, having peaked at $1,600 yesterday. So this thing is not moving by dollars; it's moving by tens of dollars, right?
Yes,
like
lots of hundreds.
Yeah, yeah. It's just crazy. It's crazy. The spread is regularly $3 to $5 on it. Like it's sort of out of reach for a regular trading activity. So it's
Mm.
it's a little bit crazy. But anyway, so the semiconductor sector is red, and like we said, there's this live meeting going on in China right now, and I think that's put some focus on the Chinese stocks. It sort of helps that there's a coincidental earnings. I have to assume that that's coincidental, and they didn't plan it that way. But earnings from Alibaba and a couple of others that we're watching, but they're all gapping down at the moment. So Carlos, yeah, not a lot to talk about. One that is green, that two that are green that I noticed just holding on to it is Oracle and CoreWeave. CoreWeave
Yeah.
had sort of a bad day yesterday, and it's recovering a little bit from it. It can often be a good trading stock. I know Tesla's also barely green. It actually bounced back. Interesting. It started to move lower before the PPI rate announcement, dropped red, and now it's back green again. So it's Tesla's always a player, right? Like it
Yeah.
seems to just
Yeah.
always be active. So anyways, yeah,
I think
most of the stuff we want to.
one of the most interesting person on this trip is probably Elon, right? Given how big EV is in China and how many vehicles they're putting out, as far as him getting anything there in China, that's probably going to be tough.
Yeah.
But that'll be interesting, right?
I,
Because all the
I wonder if
competition you have.
yeah, like do these guys have an agenda? I honestly don't know. Like as the
Well,
CEOs go, like do they have separate scheduled meetings? Are they meeting with industry
yeah.
peers? Are they targeted with discussions on behalf of the state, or are they there to talk about anything they want? Right? Like
I think
I don't
the
honestly know how that
the
works.
big part was to see how these companies can get their products into China, right? So that's why Nvidia was not
Right.
really involved because China has their own chips. So how can these companies get their products into China? But I guess after all the backlash they got from Nvidia CEO not being on there, they say, okay, bring the guy over, fly him over, and bring him in. But I think it's how we sell more products from U.S. products into China. I think it's the idea. But how they're meeting, you're right.
I,
How the logistics is going to be? Are they going to meet with their
yeah, like how do
counterparts? I have no idea. Who knows?
Yeah, it's like, is there like a minister of technology that these guys go meet with or something? Or do they meet with I don't know, foreign affairs deputy minister or something? Like, because obviously Trump is meeting with Xi. I doubt they're sitting all around the table, just listening. I got to
Yeah.
assume that they're having sort of their own meetings, but I honestly don't know with whom and what the structure is. So one of
Yeah.
the, it's the other. Candy is just saying, I'm hoping taxpayers aren't taking the hit for the trip. Come on, Candy.
Oh
Absolutely,
yeah.
100% they are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we definitely are.
There's no doubt in my mind, because I mean, everybody's flying in an Air Force One, and it's, yeah, as usual. I mean, maybe these CEOs are paying for their own hotel, but probably not because it's got to be hardened and secured. And, the state, I'm sure, is sponsoring all of this. How much China's paying for and how much the US, who knows? I'm sure the US is paying for their own travel logistics. Locally, I imagine China's footing the bill, right? Like it's not
Yeah.
like they're
Yeah.
paying a hotel bill. China's got to be putting them
They're
all up.
not checking in at the
Yeah.
front desk and
Yeah,
checking in
no.
their room.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Trump,
they're not
may I
going to
please see
the.
some ID?
Yeah,
Here's
I don't
my-
think they're showing up
not
at the
doing
Hyatt
that.
Regency and saying, yeah, Anyways, it's all
Uh,
prearranged.
yeah.
Whatever's going on. But yeah, it's all state sponsored. I'm very confident in that. So, yeah. So
Gotta
there's your
love it.
taxpayer dollars at work.
Gotta love it. All right, guys. On the gap side out of things, a lot going on, a lot shifting. Look at NBIS. We've been talking about this in chat with Alex Ban and some other folks as well. NBIS is another one, guys. That we also, if you look at the daily, has been just insane. Look at the last couple of weeks, really ramping up here. And even prior to that, if you remember, guys, last year also had this when it kind of started hitting our radar. If you guys remember this, it started getting some action on it, hit up about 100 and just kind of went sideways for a little bit. The last 2 months has really just taken off, doing deals left and right and getting a lot of people on. I forget. I think it's the one that was doing like their contracts, not set contracts, but intent to do business with. They did a lot of that, and then that really boosted them up. And then I guess they're finalizing some more deals here. And look at it go, really up 15%, 3.9 million shares traded. Yeah, I'm gonna have this on my list today, so I will be adding that as well. And there's some other usual suspects on this gap up list that I will be noting in just a second here.
One that I did mention on the gap up, maybe we should look at is Nebius Group because they've been a regular trader for us. NBIS, They did have earnings. They were one of the. I was just checking through the earnings and thinking, so what did we miss this morning? They are gapping up a fair amount, 15%, up about $27, almost 4 million shares traded. So active here this morning, trading over $200 for the first time ever. So they're at I think that's right, all-time highs here. Yeah, it looks like it. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they in for their earnings, they beat their numbers, which is why they're here. And the consensus is that they're going to have a good quarter going forward. They've raised their year-end contracted power guidance to over 4 gigawatts. So yeah, they are. They've announced a new 1.2 gigawatt site in Pennsylvania, an AI factory site. So again, you get to mention AI, you get to mention new business. Nebius is having a good morning. So yeah, it might be worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, yep, that's what I'm gonna put on here, friends. Does look good this morning. All right, let's see what's gapping down. Not a whole lot here on the gap down side of things. HTCO was gapping up just a day ago. Now on the downside of things, HTCO this morning we are. This looks ugly. Wow, this is ugly. This is down 26%, 326,000 shares traded. Hard to borrow. I know it is a 1.6 million shares flow. Some crazy activity over the last couple of days. But this morning, this looks just so bad. So we are definitely going to roll the truck on that garbage. There's really nothing to see here. So there it is. Peter, I'm sure there's nothing that we're doing with this today.
No, it was secondary offering. They're issuing a $15 million offering, 2.3 million shares at $6.50 a share. So we don't like trading that type of news. Yeah, that's why.
All right, we'll leave that one alone. Let's look at Wix WIX this morning. These guys are down 22%, 293,000 shares traded. So a big drop. Earnings, Peter. I mean, I would love to see how these guys are making money with everybody doing their own websites using Claude and ChatGPT and robots and agents. What's going on with Wix this morning?
Yeah, they did have earnings and they did miss their number. So, well, both their numbers, in fact, top and bottom line, it looks like they under delivered on revenue at 541 million versus 543, and significantly under delivered on earnings at only 75 cents per share, whereas they were expected to deliver a buck 22. So that's about a 38% miss. Yeah, Wix is feeling the pressure this morning. Not a great trading stock, like you said. I don't know. This does feel like a business that maybe is facing issues these days because used to it was valuable to have a tool such as Wix, and they're not the only one. There's a number of them out there where you get them to help build your platform and manage the back end. I mean, there's still a need and a market for that, but some of their more profitable systems and services, as you said, you can sort of much more easily get them from AI. AI can provide a lot of these solutions for a much cheaper fee. So
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
have to see how they do. At this point, Wix is suffering a little bit this morning. I just can't see trading it, Carlos. They only get 1.4 million shares in the average day. They're trading 300,000 shares today. So far, yeah, it's not going to be enough. It's just not going to be enough to be an active trader for us, I don't think.
Yeah. But volume is really light on this one, friends. We'll leave this one alone. Let's take a look at the next one. Is RCAT this morning. These guys are also down 14%, 1.9 million shares traded. Hard to borrow. Flow is 87 million, so a little bit higher price, lower price, as you can see here. Daily is very messy, very choppy. We've seen Red Cat Holdings before on the list. I usually end up not adding it on here and look for something else that I can trade better. So it is in place today. If you like it, you can watch it. I won't be doing that. Better things I want to look at this morning.
Yeah, another secondary. So they are issuing 23.9 million shares at $9.40, and look where the price is. $9.40. So, yeah, they've moved down to that target price based on this pretty large secondary, in fact, because their current float is just over 100 million. So to issue another 23 million shares, that's about a 20% increase to their float base. So yeah, that's very dilutive, and the fund's already over. So nothing to see here.
Yep. Yep. All right, DT this morning is another one on deck. What do we have here? So DT down 13%, 483,000 shares traded. Wow, a lot of this stuff in the gap down, not really tradable so far. Yes, they're gapping down. Some of it with news, not low flow tickers, but again, light volume, big gap down numbers, but just light volume that usually translates to not a great trading activity. This one's sliding down even lower, 13% right now, and looking rather weak in the pre-market. But Peter, I mean, I don't expect this to be a great one for our type of strategies this morning.
Yeah, this one's a little confusing. They beat their numbers, so they did have earnings. They over delivered on revenue and they over delivered on earnings per share, and they increased their guidance. However, the market's not convinced, and they are still dropping. So I'm not sure why the negative sentiment here this morning, because they did everything right. It looks like they just can't seem to get a break. So what's changed? Why? Yeah, I don't know. There's just some negative sentiment out there against their business. So look at this. Even these guys, man. Dynatrace. There's like AI. Everybody's talking AI. I don't care what you're doing. Almost everybody.
You have to. Yeah.
Maybe that's why Wix was dropping. I didn't see AI anywhere on their website when I went to it. So there you go. See, they're marketing people. You're missing out. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because if they remind people of AI, that may encourage them to do something other than Wix. But
right.
But they're probably being hurt by not mentioning that they're using AI. So I don't know. Which
again, it's not as easy. You got to know what you're doing. So it's not as plug and play yet. I know it's getting better by the minute, but you still need to have like some knowledge of what you're doing, or at least spend the time to learn it. Sure. Which a lot of people that are looking to do something right away, they're not going to do that. They'll still need services like Wix, or hire someone to do it that will probably use services like Wix, or maybe the people that are hired to do it are using AI services and not using Wix, right? So who knows the combination of where things are going, but clearly there's an area that is suffering, and you're seeing that now. So, all right, let's see what else, friends. Let's do one more, then we'll hop over to Peter, see what else is on deck, and then we'll get one of my favorite segments of the show, Fun Fact of the Day with Eamon, in just a second here. Oscar Health, we've seen this many times, Peter, on our list today. They're down 4.6, but they're down after a nice run all of April and into May here, even increasing the volume and the trajectory, as you can see there. But typically not a great trader. We've seen them before. They have hit our scanners with news in the past. Today, down 4.6, 207,000 shares traded. Again, beautiful gap up and down, but just we're not getting the volume that we need.
No, and I don't know. It's not. They had earnings. They actually did well on earnings, but they failed to mention AI. So that's why I don't know if that's why they're dropping. But I did check out their site, and they don't mention AI anywhere. But that's not what they do, right? They're health insurance. They help you find a doctor. They got picture of people. So they're in a relationship business. But they're dropping. It's not a good trading stock. So despite their earnings, I don't think there's any opportunity for us here with Oscar Health.
Yeah, all right, we'll leave this alone, friends. All right, we'll stop here. Peter, as far as the gap down, you did mention Baba and some other Chinese tickers moving today. Anything you like this morning, the gap down list, or do you want to cover before we get to Eamon?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, let's start with the one that you just mentioned. So Alibaba, I noticed when Eamon was talking about it, you could tell we're traders here, right? He said Baba several times, and then once or twice he said Alibaba. We sometimes forget the name of the company. Like if I just say Apple, like immediately, if I'm going to spell the word Apple, I can't help. I'm like AAPL. No, wait a second. That's not how you spell Apple.
Yeah.
But I'm a trader, so I think in tickers. I say NVDA, but I have to think hard that there's I's in the actual word.
I don't even know how to spell the damn thing. I don't think I know how to spell it. I think I'll mess it up.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Like how do you spell NVIDIA? You spell it
I don't know. NVIVDA? That's wrong.
DIA.
There's no E. DIA. There it is.
DIA. So, but you're right. If you ask me just off the top how to spell NVIDIA, you spell it NVDA. So, come on, it's obvious. So, but But anyways, there are some eyes in there. But anyways, we're talking about Baba. So Alibaba as the company, Baba is the well-known ticker. They look, this is their first loss reported since 2021. So they actually reported a net loss and missed their numbers. So that's disappointing and disappointing for the market. And we can see that they are gapping down. As Eamon pointed out, there's a concern. It's one of these double-edged swords, as a lot of these companies are getting, right? You can either get hit for not spending enough on AI or for spending too much on AI, right? Like, the sweet spot is dependent on someone's opinion, not on any actual fact or results. So they are gapping down about 2.7% on average volume, 3.4 million shares, which is good volume overall. But for Baba, that's nothing surprising. And I don't know, this has been tough to trade. It used to be a great trader. I used to love to watch this. It has not been good for a couple of years. So I don't think it's going to be a target for me, at least at this point. On the earnings front, the other ones that I was looking at, Oklo, OKLO, our favorite nuclear company to pray to. If that reference is a little too vague, it's because they've built their prototype nuclear facilities look like little churches. And anyways, they reported earnings, but this company is not based on earnings, right? Because they basically lost 19 cents a share, I think. I mean, that's what they reported, but they reported it on revenue of zero. They had $0 of revenue. So the fact that they lost 19 cents a share, which is more than they lost last quarter this time, which is only 7 cents a share, is that good? Like, we need them to spend to actually create the prototypes and the products that they're eventually going to sell. I mean, this is a company that is sort of pre-revenue, essentially. So, again, earnings are largely irrelevant, but they are gapping down a little bit after their earnings play. And the other one that I was going to, we already covered Baba. I think that was it. I thought I had one more, but it seems to have disappeared off my list. So, Carlos, you know what? I mean, we seem to be a little light of candidates, whereas yesterday we had a whole lot of candidates. I'm not feeling like there's not the same glut of opportunity today, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It means we can be more focused, but yeah, there's not a lot of stuff jumping out at me. TSEM, I see somebody mentioning TSEM. Didn't we talk about that earlier? It had crossed my plate earlier. Maybe not.
Tower Semi. No, we didn't speak about this.
Tower Semi.
Oh, look at it go.
I missed that. It was in my mind, because it's up about 15%. Low volume. Maybe that's why I hadn't got to it. They're another one of the earnings plays that had earnings, delivered good results. I mean, again, semiconductor space, right? So you've got to be performing well if you're a semiconductor company these days, or you're missing the opportunity of a lifetime, I think. But they're doing okay. Not the same type of growth as some of the other companies, but since the beginning of 2026, they have doubled their share price. So, they're doing okay, and up again this morning to all-time highs. All
right. There it is, friends. All right, we'll look at some of the tickers you guys like this morning. So far on my list, pretty light. EOSE, NBIS, and Wolf on the secondary. But before we continue, let's go over to our fun fact of the day with Eamon to let us know what's some of the fun stories that took place today.
All right, guys, let's start with some statistics. The semiconductor index is up more than 60% this year. The S&P only is up around 9%. So chip stocks are outperforming the entire market by around 7-1 right now. And this tells you exactly what Wall Street believes the future is. Everything suddenly runs through semiconductors. AI, cloud, data centers, electric vehicles, military systems, even geopolitics, right? So every major company on Earth now needs more computing power. That's why NVDA became one of the most important companies. Yeah, now you messed me up now. Like, okay. Thank you, Carlos and Peter. Anyway, so get back. So basically, that's why NVIDIA became one of the most important companies in the world. almost overnight. And this is why every AI headline moves the markets at the moment. But I think this is why also traders are watching every single semiconductor every single day, right? I mean, at some point it was us watching these earnings report like it's a Fed meeting. I mean, yeah, I think it got to that level, right? But here's what's interesting: is this the smartest and most obvious trade of the decade? Because everybody right now has the exact same idea, right? And if you think about it, when the trade becomes too obvious, that's where the market starts punishing these late buyers. Remember one thing about trading the market and about trading stocks: it's never too easy, and when it's too obvious, there is always a catch there. And let's get to the historical part of the day. On May 13th, 1888, Brazil officially abolished the slavery through a small law around there. It's called the Golden Law, and it was just 2 articles. But those 2 articles or a few lines, they completely changed the future of the entire country. And markets work the exact same way, right? One technology shift, or maybe one policy decision, or maybe one single breakthrough, and suddenly the entire world and the entire market just changes. So that's something to think about. And leaving you guys now with Carlos and Peter until 11 a.m. See you soon,
All
guys.
right. Absolutely, my friend. Have a good one. We'll see you a little bit later. Amy is going to join us at 11 a.m. All right. Let's continue here, friends. Let's do a couple of things. I want to get to our schedule for today. So let's go over to bearwithtraders.com because I know Peter has to run a little bit early today to trade with our P Capital team. So we'll head over to bearwithtraders.com, click on webinars so you can see what's happening for this beautiful Wednesday and how to join our community.
I'm on mute.
You're mute.
Wednesday means it's Wisdom Wednesday. So we focus on psychology and how to improve your mind. Look, it's the entire game, really, at the end of the day, right? All the technology is table stakes. Really, what matters is how you manage your psychology. And Wednesdays is an opportunity for us to focus on that. On our Wednesday session, we always like to focus on sort of what you can do for your mental resilience and really to help focus yourself. Tonight, we've got a signature webinar at 8 p.m. Wesley is going to be talking to us about exactly that, mental resilience. And frankly, how to deal with the fact that the market, while it has repeating patterns, it's never the same. You know, I go for a run and I like to listen to, when I listen to my run podcasts, one of the things they talk about is the fact that no 2 runs are the same, right? Because every day is different. The weather might be slightly different, but you're a different person. And you're going to run differently, better, faster, slower, right? Whatever it is, it's always a different run, even if you're running the same route. The market, you got to think of the same way. The market might present itself in largely the same way. It's not the same market today as it was yesterday, as it was the day before. And every trade is unique. And that's tough to deal with sometimes because we want surety and, we want reassurance in the repeating patterns. And yet sometimes you can take the exact same action and one day it'll work, the next day it won't. How do you deal with that? Mental resilience is the key, and that's one thing Wesley's going to talk about. So that's 8 p.m. in the webinar room for all of our elite members. And if you want to join and be part of that webinar or any of the recorded webinars, we have thousands of hours of webinars in the Resource Center and in the Education Center at Bearable Traders. All you have to do is go to the website at bearabletraders.com. You can find the different membership options and join with the one that is right for you. So there you go, Carlos. That's what we got going on in the community. And right now, like we mentioned, we've got live, action going. Jared is talking engineering the markets. He's doing review of the key stocks and the environment. That's always an in-depth review. And then, of course, we have our live trading that happens all day. So it's always busy in the variable trading community.
Yep, yeah, absolutely, friends. All right, let's go to you guys and pick off some levels, some tickers that you guys might have. Right now, for me, very light, EOSE, NBIS. I'm looking at some other ones that I might add. I was looking at QUBT, which again has some good activity in the pre-market right now with 3.1 million shares traded. It was a great sell-off yesterday. So I might add this on a secondary for a possible second day play here. So looking good right now. So yeah, I might actually do that. I might actually add this one. But let's go to you guys, see what you guys like this morning. I want to see some tickers. We'll start here with Corey, NVIS. This is Navitas, a semiconductor, and today they're up 6.2. 2 million shares traded. With a lot of our semis up slightly this morning. Like if you look at NVIDIA, up 1.7, which I will have on my list, by the way, 7.3 million shares traded. AMD with their higher price now as well, up slightly, about 1%. We also have Intel as well on deck. I think Intel was up pretty good also. Look at this beautiful daily on Intel. Up also 2% with 10 million shares traded. So again, looking very nice there. So I think you have to add your favorite, Corey. I'm not a big fan of NVTS. I see why people do like this one. I think it is in play. 2 million shares traded, up 6.5. But maybe today. I got space. I could watch it today. So maybe today we'll put it on the list. But it probably will still be a secondary for me, given that I like NVIDIA a lot more this morning. So NVDA is the ticker. There it is. We'll put that on here for me. But watch your favorites. There's tons on here. AMD is getting a little bit out of reach now with this price action, with this price of 400. I think the way his moves are going to be a little bit weird. MU is definitely trading different now, right? So I'm keeping that off the list. But it's fun to watch. I do like MU. But I think NVIDIA is probably my favorite one to go with today. And INTC is a good one. I'm just not a great trader. Like I wish I could trade Intel. They get the volume, Peter. We know they do. And I don't know.
I don't think it's you. I think it's the stock.
It's
I
the
don't like
stock,
it either,
right?
but that's my opinion. I mean, others have traded
Yeah.
it very well, obviously, and they can do well at it. But yeah, it's not one of my
Yeah.
favorites either. So
I will put it on a secondary list. I'm hoping that eventually it changes the way it trades. It really trades like a New York Stock Exchange ticker. Like the price action, I compare it to that. Hopefully that will change. It's not. It's a NASDAQ ticker, but it does trade in that fashion. NBIS is on deck for sure. NBIS, so that's looking pretty good this morning. QCOM, let's take a look at QCOM. QCOM also has got some volume here. 1.8 million shares traded. We had this in play yesterday. Look at the beautiful sell-off on QCOM. So possible second day play, yes. I just don't see much at the moment, right? It's got the volume. They're up 4%. I think it'll be a good second day play.
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean it could,
Yeah.
but I don't know why particularly it would today. So
Yeah.
I mean the Qualcomm CEO is part of the delegation that's in China. So
Yeah,
perhaps,
good point.
I mean,
Good
all of
point.
those companies are in play, right? If your CEO's over there, they could be in play. It'll be interesting to see what news, if any. I don't even know if they're meeting today. Like they got there, it was looking sort of nighttime-ish, Carlos,
Pretty
in those
late.
scenes you were
Yeah.
showing us, which would make sense.
Or
What they
late
got
or
to be
early?
6 hours? Well, no, it'd
Late
be
or
6 hours ahead.
okay. Yeah.
Or no, even actually,
No,
I don't
not
know.
from us.
China's got to
No,
be
no,
more
no.
than that.
More than
I mean,
that.
it's got to be a lot more, like 12 hours.
Yeah. So
Anyways, whatever time it is, it's probably nighttime over there. So they're probably not actually meeting formally until tomorrow. So in any event, look, on that note, Carlos, I'm going to have to leave you to head over to our friends at Peak Capital. So remember, the Peak Capital boot camp is happening right now. But yeah, I'm going to go help our traders there and trade live with them. So I'll come back. We'll compare notes and see what we ended up trading today. Hopefully, we get some good trading opportunities. So guys, trade smart. And I want to hear that you've had some good trades when I get back. Okay, so be good.
Absolutely, man. We'll be
See you in a
good. Thank you, Peter. We'll see you in a bit, guys. As we continue here, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it, guys. It does help out the show a ton. We're sitting at 226 likes with 845 people watching, so we really appreciate you guys being on this morning with us here. All right, so far as my list continues to develop here, EOSE and NBIS, NVIDIA. I added QCOM to the secondary list. I added NVTS to the secondary list as well. QUBT, I think, could be a good second day play. And actually, it looks good. Like the volume is there, 3.2. I might move this up, man. I think this can give us a really good trading opportunity today. I do like the way the daily is set up as well. Yeah, I might move this up. Let me see what else you guys have here before I fill up the primary list. We looked at QCOM. The next one is going to be, let's see here, PLTR. PLTR this morning. PLTR is just stuck in this range on the daily. Like it's really having a hard time breaking out of this here. Does not mean that it's not tradable. I mean, if you look at yesterday, you did sell down a little bit then. after hour. All the fun was after hours. Like all the fun took place after the close. Just look at the reaction here. Nice move up. And this morning we're back down slightly. So volume is there. I'm not sure, man. I'm probably gonna keep this one off. I like the stuff that I have a little bit better. But as usual, if you guys see something great, call it out, and we can always tune into it and check what's going on. QBTS does look pretty solid. Let's take a look. QBTS. QBTS. Yeah. I like QUBT a little bit better this morning, but I do see what you're looking at, Chris. It does have some action as well. You can add it onto the list if you have the space. I just don't have that much space left here. HIMS. I was looking at HIMS earlier because I review all the stuff that I had yesterday. For example, I had HIMS, I had Microsoft, I had Tesla, AMD, and QBT. So I kind of went through this list to see what else we could possibly have a second day play. That's how I found QUBT looking pretty nice this morning and very active for a second day opportunity. And HIMS was another one that actually caught my eye for a little bit here. The daily does look good also, dropping some support there just below 25. So there could be some interest there as well. Almost a million shares traded, sitting at 995 right now. On SSR, just notice that. So on SSR this morning, that's given the drop from yesterday, triggering the short selling restriction. You can still short it. We still got shares for short with Interactive Brokers. You just got to sit on the ask with a marketable limit order for if you use DAS. Should not be a problem. She could fill very quickly. As far as adding to the list, I'm on the fence. We got the space. Yeah, let's add it on here for now. I might not keep all of these guys. I'm gonna have to fine tune this a little bit more as we get closer to the open. Tesla, not doing much right now. Just kind of sideways for the most part. We did talk about NVIDIA. Microsoft's daily looks very nice, by the way, guys. I'm not gonna add it to the list, but if you like Microsoft, you can see here the daily just holding on to this support. If it loses that, you might have an opportunity to head lower. This does have the space to do that, just around 400. Or if it holds here, it can. I don't think it's gonna pop up. The drop looks more interesting if it loses this area of support than it actually does if it bounces, right? So Microsoft could be a good one. It has been trading very well in the middle of April and even some parts of May here. We've seen some really good trading out of Microsoft than what we normally do. They're pretty quiet, don't move a whole lot, but there is some action there. Then on my secondary list, we had NVIDIA, which I do have on the list already. That's looking good as it's hitting. Of course, you guessed it, all-time highs. So all-time highs for NVIDIA there this morning after confirmation that their CEO is also on board and over in Beijing. PLTR, we talked about already. Circle of Interest was on my secondary list. Not doing a whole lot right now. Looks pretty quiet, has the volume, but again, nothing great crazy. And even yesterday when we were watching the trading action, it was not easy. Like the movements were pretty aggressive here to the upside, then right to the downside, and it is not an easy trading stock, so be careful on that one. And then MU, of course, is just becoming an entertaining stock. I mean, the risk management on this thing is pretty difficult, up 5% this morning, and it's just moving in lots of $10 to $15 out of pop. So again, just really difficult to trade. ASTS was another one we had on deck, and also SMCI. So that was the secondary stuff from yesterday, and nothing much that looked good from there besides QUBT and HIMS for right now. All right, let's see what else you guys have. We'll do a few more, then we'll jump to levels. Anything else that I missed, guys? MRAN, a couple of people mentioned that earlier today. MRAN this morning, look at the daily go. Oh, baby, this is nice. So we are up again, another 13%. This thing has been rocking pretty nicely here. As far as having it on my list, what's the float on this? 18 million shares flow. So it is a low flow ticker. I'm just not good at these, guys. I'm not good at these low flows. They don't fit my style of trading. This is clearly in play for, I don't even know if we call this a second day now. This is like the third day or something, at least in the consecutive days, right? Their third day of play, and they started the action back in April, end of April into May. You can see here an increase in movement, increase in volume in the last couple of days. If that is your cup of tea, definitely put it on your list. It's not mine, so I won't have it. Could be a good popcorn ticker, but I won't have it on my list here. I think I like what I have. EOSC, NBIS, NVIDIA, and HIM. So I'm just gonna remove the stuff from my current list. Control X, clean that up, and then let's do some levels. Let's get some levels in place and prepare for the market open, as we're just under 11 minutes for the bell. So EOSE This is not a low flow stock, friends. A lower price stock moving up 24% this morning, 26 million shares traded, but it's not a low flow ticker. It is in play this morning. I do have it on my primary list and hoping that we can get something great out of it. Careful with your risk management and the size you take on this thing. So 1190 is the high of the pre-market. The low of the pre-market is slamming into the previous day close and highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. If I can note it, it's going to be right at 820. So right there at 820 is your low of your pre-market. And if we go over to the left, let's see what daily levels we can pull off from here. Wow, this thing has been up pretty nicely in the past couple of months. So here it is, some stuff off the daily. We got 1129. We also have right on here good level at 1075, just below the price action right now. Even where the price action is at the moment, there is some areas here. I know this is going to be hard to see on your charts, but if you zoom in to this area, this will be last year, October, September timeframe. You do have an area right at 980. So you want to mark that down for sure in case we do hang around in those levels. Over to the top, we do have 1365, and again, I think that will be a stretch. And the next level, 1510. The way this thing is moving, that is possible. The way the volume is moving, it is possible. But let's see if we can even break the high of the pre-market at 1190 this morning. So this will be not typically one stock that we watch, but today I'm gonna have it in our list for sure. NBIS, incredible move, guys. Just look at this go, all-time highs this morning. Let me just confirm that. We look at the weekly, make sure they have no crazy price action in the past here. Just gonna go back, and they do not. So this company is a lot older than I thought. Going back to 2011 is the furthest price action I have on here. So, man, look at this daily, this weekly here. Just incredible. So they are crushing it right now. So high of the pre-market on this one, 214.44. The low of the pre-market down at 182.55. So we'll mark that there as well. Let's get to the daily here. And once you do that, I think you're set. The highs and lows are covering the most recent levels of resistance that can now hopefully become support. And you don't really have anything else as we are sitting all-time highs here, my friends. So there's nothing else for you to look at there. So NBIS, I'm going to put that on the list here. And next we have NVDA. And Ben in chat was educating us on the name of NVIDIA. It means envy. And it comes from the word Spanish NVIDIA, which is, I know very well, it's an envy, but I did not know that. So there it is, NVIDIA. Background to its name there. So NVIDIA this morning up 1.8, 7.6 million shares traded. Again, as I mentioned earlier, hitting all-time highs. That is set to 226.67 is what I have in the pre-market. So that is your new all-time highs for NVIDIA this morning. And then towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. You do have a couple of levels there. I don't think you need to add anything else. Maybe this right over here, this 218.09 in case we do drop. So you got this day with the resistance here, this day opening and closing around that area, 218.09. I think that's all you really need. Outside of that, you are pretty much set when it comes to NVIDIA. And some good volume this morning. 7.6 is pretty good for pre-market. We normally don't get that much volume on this ticker. HIMS is next. I have that on here as well. I do like the drop we're getting here. It can trade very well. Low of the pre-market 24.39. High of the pre-market we're looking at 25.28. Let's go over to the left here and see what else we can pull off. To the top, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, but those levels do miss this level of support right here. 26.08ish is going to mark it there. You can see how many days are slamming into that, so you definitely want to have that down. 26.08, a good spot to have. So towards the top, plenty of levels. You got a lot going on there. Now towards the bottom, you got this big move up that we had back in April, mid-April. So we got to go a little bit further to the left to find some levels of support and resistance. And right here, we do have one, 23.50, and then another great one down around 22.24. Might be even better, a little lower. Right here, it's a lot stronger because now you're covering a lot more days on this level, 22.02. Could be the best level there. All right, that's it for me, friends. Yeah, that's it. HIMS is the last one we have. So EOS, NBIS, NVIDIA, HIMS. I feel like I'm missing one. Are we missing one? Nope, we are not. I thought we moved up QUBT. Didn't we do that? Or did we plan to do it and I did not do it? I thought we wanted to have this a little more front and center. Let's do that. Let's do QUBT as well. We do have the space for one more. So we'll move up QUBT for second day play here. 1156 is the low of the pre-market. We do have 1233 is the high of the pre-market. And then towards the bottom, you got that nice gap down. That gap that we created yesterday with a good move up, and the sell-off yesterday. Big rejection and just continue to sell off. Let's go over to the left here. I want to get some levels towards the bottom. And this will be right over here, guys. It's going to be 1096. Good area there in case we do drop before we start getting to our highs and lows for the last 2 trading days here and here. So we're pretty set on QUBT. I'm going to move it up on my levels here as well. I think it'll be a good one to watch this morning. And yeah, ready for the market open in just almost 5 minutes. QUBT. I think I am set with my levels, friends. So we are good to go. All right, let me check what is happening in our community. Let me give you some levels so far. I only have Kyle. He's watching QBT, NVDA, INTC, and Wolf. And Jared is looking at MBIS, MU on the primary list. And the secondary list for him, Intel and Cisco. We don't have, yeah, we have Intel on our secondary as well. So Intel's another good one you guys can watch. I'm going to stick with NVIDIA. I think that looks really good for today. I like the way they're setting up here. I like the volume we're getting this morning as well. So I think that is a nice one this morning. All right, friends, we are good to go. If you haven't done so, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We appreciate it. It helps us out a ton. Again, thank you guys for yesterday. Yesterday, we did a record numbers. We were like 570 on the likes. The viewership was the highest we've seen in a long time. So we appreciate you guys with the support and all of that for yesterday. All right, I'm getting ready for the market open, guys. 1 minute, 5 minute here. So we'll get this out of the way. Let's get our secondary list in play here, and let's hope for an amazing trading day. Yesterday we did very well. We had a nice one red trade and one green trade, but the green trade was really nice. INTC and Wolf, adding Wolf to the list as well here. Wolf this morning could be interesting as well. Up 23%, guys. 2.4 million shares trade, so we got a lot going on there on Wolf. It's an icy stock, so you got to wait for the volume to hit, but the pre-market looks awesome. If we can get the volume at the market open, this can trade very well, and I'm hoping that's the case. But sitting on the secondary list, because I think there's a likelihood that it might not trade as clean as I would like. So that's the only reason why we have it on the secondary list. And what else I'm missing? I think we're set, guys. I'm ready to go. All right, what do we have? Today the market will be up or down. The V... dive into I'm not sure. I am not sure, man. You never know with this market. You really never know. I mean, you always never know. Does that make sense? You always never know. I think it does. It might be a double negative, but you get it. You really never know, no matter what is going to happen, whether it's up or down, what's going to do at the market open. But I'm just betting on up, man. I'm just betting up. Like, it just finds a way to go up. Like, if you bet up, you're going to be often more right than wrong. Right? So up. Okay, down. I get it. We'll count these even, little down, up, down here a little bit, up. So if you bet up, you're gonna probably be right more often than not. That has proven to be the case in the last month and a half, right? And if you look at the bigger time frame, you're gonna be right more often than not if you're up. Right? Look at it going back to last year. If you go further back, the bigger time frame, the more up you want to be. You don't want to be down on overall market, right? But right now, if you had to bet, I'm betting up. I'm not betting down. Just given how the history has been here. So very little red candles. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not showing you guys the daily. Sorry, here it is. So there it is. I'm showing you up, down here, but up, and very little red candles. A lot of it is to the upside, right, on this daily. So I got my 16 1-minute stocks ready for an ORB. Wait, you got 16 stocks you're looking at, David? My goodness. That's a lot. But I know people that do that. John watches a lot of stocks as well. I think it's about 12 or 10. But 16. My word. That is a lot. That is a lot. All right, friends, I'm into the market open. If you're wondering, Peter is out trading with P Capital today, so he'll be joining us a little bit later. So we wish those guys some good trading this morning. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my trading terminal Atlas, and we'll get rocking and rolling. A few things we're looking for this morning. The first thing is the 1 minute ORB, which doesn't happen a lot. So 1 minute ORB as an engulfing pattern is usually what I like to trade. So I will start looking for that. And then the next thing I will be looking for is a 5 minute ORB with a nice, clean, beautiful, hopefully 1 minute pattern within that 5 minute range. And then after that, we'll be looking for a VWAP breakout. So that's kind of like my scheme every single day is what I do. At 1 minute engulfing, we don't hit that a lot. 5 minute ORB, that one's a lot more frequent. And then the VWAP happens almost every day. We always find a VWAP breakout. I think that strategy happens quite a bit. So have your plan set, get your affairs in orders, and here is the bell, friends. Let's do it. All right, let's get our 1 minute here. Let's see what, oh, wow. Oh, EOSE taking a dive. That is ugly. Ouch. Oh man, look at that. That's not nice. That is just brutal. Brutal action from EOSE this morning. The spider. The spy is S&P 500 is what it is. That's an ETF of the S&P 500. Good morning, MS Han 667. Welcome. Stop the market going without us. Yeah, let's hope the market waits for us on some of these moves. All right, NBIS not doing a whole lot right now. NVDA. Feel free to call out your trades, guys, and what you're doing and what you like and what you're in. Always like to see what people are doing and how they're trading things. NVIDIA right now doing some stuff. Here's the initial pop. This 1 minute ORB is very hard to trade. Very difficult to trade that 1 minute ORB. I prefer the engulfing 1 minute ORB opposed to that. It's just because it gives me a little more time to think about the trade. Although this is looking good. Let's see how the Atlas looks for NVIDIA. Let's bring that up. NVDA this morning. What do we have here? Oh, there's Peter frozen. We'll give him a little bit of a break. There it is. Give Peter a break. All right, let's see what MBIS is doing. I'm sorry, NVIDIA. Does look bullish to 230. Oh man, so bullish. So bullish on NVIDIA right now. Very, very nice. How do you trade that? How do you trade that move right there? That is just insane. Let's look for something else. There's no way to trade that. Just wild. All right, QUBT, not really doing much. A little bit of a drop here. HIMS, pretty quiet. New York Stock Exchange ticker, so we definitely gotta wait for that. NVIDIA, yeah, I do see the sandwich here building up. This could be a nice long, man. I don't like the drop this thing takes like that. It's just too aggressive for me. Too aggressive for my appetite, but it does look very bullish here, guys. Even with that drop, you look at Atlas, it all looks very bullish. It's just the volatility. You might be right on the direction, just the volatility on these first couple of minutes is just so much. I'd rather avoid it. I'd rather avoid it and just wait for another opportunity. I like the setup it's making. Look at that engulfing with that selling pressure. But then the level 2 is not lining up with the actual move. So just a lot of things not going in your favor here, at least in my favor, to take a trade. Yeah, it's just messy. We'll give this some room. Let's look at NBIS. So NBIS hanging out here above and below the VWAP. Let's take a look on how the Atlas looks, how the supply and demand is shaping up for NBIS. This could be another great trader too. Supply and demand on Atlas right now. It's a little bit on the messier side. Let's look towards the downside, see if we find anything that we like. See you guys mentioning PLTR. I'll look at that. PLTR, wow, PLTR with the 1 minute engulfing and just gone. That is nice. We didn't have PLTR on the list. We talked about it, but I said I didn't like it, the pre-market, huh? Look at that. It's proving me wrong today. So big move on PLTR. Nice breakout above the previous day close, above the VWAP. Just beautiful action here this morning. All right, so here's NVIDIA. It's settling into the upside, and that's kind of like what we expected it to do. But man, to survive the wicks that it was putting in, that was tough. So if I look at Atlas, it's still showing very bullish here. Come on, come down for the 5-minute ORB. We'll take you long for sure, but just give us a good entry closer to VWAP, and I will get long on this one for a 5-minute ORB. But you gotta come back a little bit here, please. Come on, NVIDIA, don't leave without us. Come back. Hitting 226, that is your pre-market high, so setting up a new high of the day there. You just went long NVIDIA, nice. Hopefully you got a good entry. I think NVIDIA is a long. Atlas is telling us it's a long. How Atlas looks, it looks long, man. It looks bullish, bullish, bullish all the way. So I'm waiting for a pullback because I also want to jump in on this one with you. So I'm just waiting for a pullback, but it is very bullish all the way to 227, 228. It's just, come on. Oh, okay, maybe not. Hold on, it's pulling back. Maybe it's not over yet. Maybe it's not over yet. SPY stocks in general is going down, not up. Is it? Overall market, yeah, overall market is going down. Except NVIDIA, NBIS, look at that. That dropped quite a bit. Let me focus over here. Here's NVIDIA. All right, so we're getting a good pullback. Let's make sure everything is staying in place though. See, but level two is becoming a little more balanced out. So not as bullish as we saw it earlier. All right, so we're looking at NVIDIA for a possible long here. Let's see. Oh, things are changing. Look at the Atlas. It's not as bullish anymore as it was earlier. So you got participants to the downside now. There was nothing down here earlier. It was all just green, all bullish. So, but we got some more participants now to the downside. Still the imbalance, I think, is to the upside. I think it's still more long than short. All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. HIMS, good drop there. NBIS, holding EOS, not doing a whole lot. Still within that 5-minute range. QUBT pulling back here. NVIDIA. Yeah, I think I'm going to try a long here, NVIDIA. Going to get a little bit in before the 5-minute ORB. 5-minute ORB breakout is here. So I'm going to jump in just a little bit early to get a better entry. You got to give this stuff at least $1, guys. So I'm going to give that as the stop. A little bit less. We can go like 22, 52, 225, 40 if maybe. Let's see. But here we are. We're long NVIDIA. Let's see if we could get the break. We don't want this coming down to the VWAP. Next level we have here. We don't have another level to the upside. Right, because we're all-time high. So all we have is just Atlas. There's no other level we can play off here. So we are long for the possible break. And yeah, that's right. There's no other levels up here. VWAP will get stopped out if it does drop there. It is looking bullish, but stocks at all-time highs act very funny. Peter loves these stocks to take a short here. But hopefully we could break to the upside on NVIDIA. HIMS, yeah, see that. HIMS is good, man. HIMS is a good drop. Unfortunately, we're not in that. That is a nice 5-minute ORB. I'm not sure what the Atlas looks like, but this dropped very nice. So HIMS is awesome. Let's see if NVIDIA can hold the VWAP here and break out. Struggling right now. Atlas is still looking bullish, but again, you do have some orders at 225. This thing might want to come and test. So if it loses the VWAP, I'll jump out of it. We can always jump back in. But don't do that. No, stay above the VWAP. Come on. All right, 225 we'll get out. 225.20. Get above the VWAP. Yeah, it's going lower. Okay, I'm gonna bail on it, guys. I think it's gonna go back down to 225 because you got a lot of orders down there. So I'm out of that one. HIMS is gone for me. QUBT still a opportunity, but not. Oh, seriously, NVIDIA? I should have waited a little bit more. Oh man, you bastard! Wow. Why did you get me like that? Well, let's see if it actually got me. If it's gonna go back up, it did. But if it didn't, it might be showing some weakness here. But Atlas is still very strong, guys. Very, very strong on Atlas as far as bullish. But again, this 225 is kind of messing things up. So let's see what it does here. See if we get a bounce on NVIDIA. MBIS, not doing a whole lot. Seeing what else we have going on here. EOS looks weak. Did drop here down, only up 13% now after such a big gap up. It was up like 28% in the pre-market. So giving a lot of that back this morning. QUBT, nothing. Our secondary list, nothing going on here. QCOM, a lot of sideways action, guys. Intel, one initial drop, sideways now. Wolf, below the VWAP. Oh, sorry, guys, not showing you the charts. Below the VWAP here. Volume is a little bit lighter. Yeah, I don't like it for a VWAP breakdown, though you're kind of got the setup now, but it's failing as it's going above the VWAP. So let's see here. That could be something there. Let's look at Wolf on the Atlas real quick. Oh, that's ugly. No wonder it's trading the way it's trading. There's just not a whole lot of orders. So yeah, this is not really tradable. It's very, very choppy. I mean, you can still trade it, but you just got to be very, very careful. Hey, Carlos, I shorted Poet from 14.20 at 9.35. What should be the bottom? Let's look at Poet. Oh, so you did go red. That's good. I don't know, man. This is looking very nice. Oh yeah, I will personally be aiming for 13, but you know, be on the lookout for the previous day close. This can act as support, so be careful for that. But yeah, 13. It's probably the next level I have on the daily, just a low from yesterday. But this is a strong stock, man. So be careful. I know it's selling off right now, but the last couple of days has proven that it can be very, very strong. So careful on that. All right, NVIDIA selling down. So it looks like we're going the other way. Down below the VWAP. I don't want to flip the position here, but if we do get some kind of VWAP breakdown, a nice one, we can consider it. MBIS back up to the VWAP. This stock has been very, very strong, gapping up huge today, 13% after such a nice daily run. And just trying to get above the VWAP here. Let's see if it can do it. And that could be an opportunity. EOS, nothing. Baba is running. Baba this morning. Yes, back in the green. And I think they had earnings, right? Peter mentioned they had earnings today. So back in the green here. MBIS, nothing so far. NVIDIA. I don't trust the short on NVIDIA. Although it's putting in a possible VWAP breakdown. I don't believe it's going to break down. But let's see what Atlas looks like. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Oh, maybe not. Look at the difference in the Atlas now compared to earlier. You have so much orders down here. You know what? Yeah, I'm taking a short NVIDIA for VWAP breakdown. Stop loss 225.80, so just slightly above the VWAP, about 90 cents or so. Same thing. You got to give like a NVIDIA like about $1 or so. Let's see if we can pick up these orders down here. 224, it will be awesome. Let's see if we can get the drop below the VWAP on NVIDIA. So we're short NVIDIA here. Let's see if we can get the play. MBIS did not break above the VWAP, so no setup there. QUBT Still within the 5-minute range, believe it or not. So QBT still could be a 5-minute play here. So still within that 5-minute range. If you're looking for a 5-minute opportunity, that could be it. Atlas continues to get better for us on NVIDIA short. So hoping that can break down further. We need to break this 220, 225. So let's see if we can do that. And Wolf still in the range of the 5 minutes, not doing a whole lot. Intel at bouncing off the previous day close. Yeah, not really a whole lot. Oh, HIMS continues lower. That is a beautiful trade if you took that one. Not else looks good, man. NVIDIA looks the best one. I'm searching, but I'm not finding anything else that I love besides the way NVIDIA is trading. I know it stopped us out to the upside, although every time I look at this mountain of orders, it's a little concerning on NVIDIA. I mean, there's just a massive amount of orders up above 227. Now, I don't know if that's there because of the all-time highs. I don't know if that's going to pull the stuff up there. We're short, so I don't know. It's very contradicting a little bit what we're doing here. But I'm trying to hopefully get into these orders, right? Around 223.50, who knows? If we go through these orders, this thing might just start bouncing back because it's just too much demand up here. You know what? I should be aggressive. Now that I'm kind of talking into, I should be a little more aggressive with my partials. So let's see if we get low of the day. We'll take a partial here because that mountain of orders up there could be an issue for our short. Okay, here we go. Partial here, guys. All right, so let's see if we can get any lower. Next level we have is the low of the day, which is also the low of the pre-market as well, I believe. There it is. This line that you see here, this dotted red line. Let's see if we could break that. Yeah, and level 2 is getting much nicer for us now, actually. Although it's a lot of orders at 227, we're kind of leaving that behind, and you can see less glaring red up here and more green. So that looks nicer in our favor. All right, here we go. Another partial, guys, here down to 223.40. Let's see if we get the drop. I haven't taken it yet, so see if we can get the drop down here. NVIDIA. There we go. There it is. Okay, partial there. Nice. See if we can get down to 222. Next, I have another order. Oh, no, I'm sorry, another line here. So let's see if we can get to that one. This will be hanging out at 222.33. So let's see if we can get that drop. So we tried the 5-minute RB to alongside that, didn't work. VWAP breakdown here, breakout candle, pullback, confirmation candle. That's where you go short. You could have gone short here or here. Either one is good. Just as long as you do it right around this area is okay. And that is paying off pretty nicely right now. Actually, very nice with this drop here. Okay. We'll take another partial. Take another 10% here, just in case. 222, we got big orders, guys, at 222 on NVIDIA. I would love to get there, but at 222.50, we might take some off. Or if we start losing the momentum, like I don't want to bring some of these shares back up with me, that's for sure. So, oh, that looks good right there. We're going to drop to 22.50. I'll take another partial. Anything below that will be decent. Oh, yes. Nice. Didn't get the best fill, but partial here on NVIDIA. And let's see if we can get that 222. So, all right. So, one more partial, and then I'm going to start slowing down on the aggressiveness of the partials here because things continue to drop. So, I want to see how much we can drop here. Wait for 222 this time. That is where the target is clearly. I probably could have waited to take. Like that last partial was probably not necessary. I should have waited into 222. My thinking is, this is NVIDIA. This thing could flip over and be at 225 in a matter of seconds, right? We've seen it so many times. So taking some off, taking 10% off, put some money in your pocket. It's for me, gives me a little more calmness, I guess, to stay in the trade, right? So it's kind of why I do that. Yeah, Ben, I agree with you. Ben, 222 is 220, 220, 220. Where you see that? Oh yeah, massive orders down there. Ah man, I don't know. That's below the previous day close. I don't think we're gonna get there without having some pullbacks that could be eyebrow raising if you're short. So I don't know. I don't know. That's I'll be great. I'm in for it. I'm in, but I don't know, man. Um, all right. 222. Here it is. Another partial here, friends, and now we're gonna take it a lot easier when it comes to the partial. Wow, what a run, guys! Let's go NVIDIA for the win today. I feel like I haven't traded NVIDIA this good in a while. It's been so hard to trade, and today is delivering. So nice, NVIDIA. Thank you. Thank you for the good trading today. Everybody wants the best entry these days. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Entries are key, but it's hard nowadays. Um, Thank you, Candy. Thank you, El Patron. Good to see you in chat, my friend. So yeah, so let's see what else we find. We'll keep managing this trade. Level 2 looks great for us on Market Atlas. And again, this stock hit made a new all-time highs. 227.16, I believe, is their all new all-time highs, right? So 227.16 right up here. And we'll see hit that and could not get higher. Like the struggle was real up there. It just could not push any longer, and here we are collapsing, and we're gonna be a little more patient with the partials now on NVIDIA. Let's see if Ben is right on 220. Let's see if that is the deal for us today. All right, friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We only ask because I forget to do it myself, and I'm sure you probably do too. We come in, we get our coffee, we are good to go, and we just forget to hit the like button. I do it all the time. So I'm reminding you because I also forget. And only reason I'm reminding you because it does help us out a ton. So really appreciate you guys when you hit that thumbs up. Subscribe if it's your first time here. We are live every day the market is open. Usually myself, Peter will be live with us. Eamon, Kyle come on a little bit later. Those guys are trading in the chat. So look forward to see what they did this morning. So there's the pullback. Yeah, that's what I expect. I didn't expect NVIDIA to get to the previous day close without some kind of pullback, maybe to 223.50, 224.50. I see a lot of orders up there in Atlas. So I didn't think this was going to go down without a fight. But, you know, we'll be watching. It still looks very bearish for the short term. 221 and 220.75 got a lot of orders up there. So let's see. Carlos's Apple is at the VWAP. All right, let's take a look at Apple. Oh, if I could type correctly. There we go. Okay, yes, it failed the breakdown. It's kind of using it as support. So it didn't really get the breakdown. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of bouncing here. But let's see what it does in the next couple of minutes, see if it actually consolidates and also breaks down. That also could be a good setup as well. Oh, yesterday, Pedro, we killed it yesterday, man. We reached 570 something likes yesterday. So I was telling our friends earlier today, man, we had such a great viewership, likes, everything was awesome yesterday. So thank you guys, really appreciate it. It was so good that our marketing guy sent us a text like, guys, great show yesterday. He sent us the numbers and he was like, we did very good. So whatever we did yesterday, they liked, and they sent us a thank you email, and we're like, hey, it's not us. It's you guys. You know, you guys make it happen. So we appreciate you guys very, very much. All right, NVIDIA pulling back. I expect maybe 224 before it starts turning around again. And if it goes to VWAP, then we'll get out. We'll get out closer to break even on the rest, which should be VWAP. Now, if it gets above that, then it can just be heading back towards the highs. So yes, Chris, you won the lotto. So I'll email you today. Yesterday was a busy day as we did P Capital. So for me, Tuesdays are now my busiest days as we get together with our P Capital team and do a lot of fun stuff there. So I'll email you. Arantxa also was in our P Capital meeting yesterday. She also won, I think, last week. So I'll email her as well. And P capital is nice because I get to hear and see you guys, right? It's not like here I'm just talking and reading messages. But when we do the P capital, it's through a Google meeting, so we get to actually interact and chop it up. So it's really nice when we're able to do that. Let's see, EOSE back to the VWAP. Yeah, I don't know about this stock, man. This stock is not trading well. You gotta be careful with this one. It's not the VWAP for me yet, stock, but I'm saying it's going back up to the VWAP. I won't shock me, man. The stock is still up 14%. It is still a very strong ticker, so it won't shock me if it shoots up there. But I think the trading on it is going to be very difficult. NVIDIA back up to 224. Let's see if these levels, the VWAP, if this is all going to act as resistance right in this area. Break even is my hard stop. But yeah, here it is. Here's the pullback that we're getting. It's a very aggressive pullback. You can see it on the 5-minute too. You could tell we're almost, not yet, almost engulfing the last 5-minute candle. Beautiful drop there. We took advantage of that situation. So wow, this almost looks like we photoshopped it, guys. Look at that. You see that? See that partial there? Yeah, the haters won't believe it. They weren't here to see it. You know, we photoshopped it right at the end. Beautiful. Very nice. Okay, here we go. So 224.50, we'll get out of the rest. Yeah, this is super aggressive, Osam. I mean, this is not I only said 224.50 because that's the only reason I picked that number is because that's where I saw heavy orders on Atlas, and there was nothing right from when the price action was down here. There was nothing all the way into 224.50, so that's why I picked that area, and we're here right now. So let's see if this is all going to act as resistance, if we're going to get more buyers, participants down here to pull the price lower. Oh man, should we add? Guys, should we add here? Bring it to 224. I don't normally do this, but today could be that day. All right, let's add. Just a little bit. Not a whole lot, not a full position. Let's add just a little bit. Let's see if we can get the drop back down. I don't expect this to work, but if it does, this will be great. But I don't expect this to work. Now my stop has to be a little bit closer now. See, this is where the problem is. The stop, 224.25. You really gotta bail on this thing because you don't want to give no money back. You don't want to do that. So let's see if we get the drop here. If the ads pays off, will be awesome if it does. A little bit late, right? Should have been up another. Right in this area, 223.82 would have been the place to be, but let's see if it pays off. All right, not working. We'll just get out of break even here. 224 will be our stop. All right, let's see. I hit my go-to with that quick NASDAQ short before the pullback. Very nice. Yeah, we're gonna get out of it. So we'll get out of it. Out of break even. Actually adding it makes sense, man. Because think about it. We had a position here. We got our money's worth there. You bring your break even here. And you're out of break even. If it's going to go up, you're going to be out of break even here. So you don't really lose anything besides commissions. Yeah, I got to start adding more. I see what these guys are adding all the time because it just makes sense. It's like free shares, right? To try to get it to the bottom. If you stop out, you don't lose anything. But if you come down here, you make up a pretty good chunk of change extra. So it just makes sense. You just got to make sure you don't add enough that it stops you out too early before you can get the move lower. And I don't know if we did that here. We'll find out if we were right or not. It doesn't matter. This was the right play to begin with, but we'll find out if it would have worked out or not. So that's awesome. I think I got to start adding a lot more into my trade. So we're out of it here, guys. Had a great trade on NVIDIA. NBIS is being mentioned. Where's Agent Smith? Suze, Agent Smith is for those that don't know, that's Peter. He's trading with the P Capital Group today. So he's having a P Capital Group. They get on Google and they trade live. All right, and that's what they do. So they're doing that right now. We should go crash that party. We should go crash that party. I think I have access. We'll go over and see what's going on. Let's tap in. Let's tap in. See what that team is doing. All right, friends. What else? Market Atlas on Meta, please. Yeah, absolutely, man. I got you. Got you. Market Atlas on Meta. Oh, look at who's this? Gary? Oh, Kyle traded. Look at Kyle. Kyle traded. He traded QUBT. So Kyle in QUBT. Look at the short here. It's got an order here, and I guess this is his break-even stop. Some partials. So Kyle getting it done. And let's go to Gary's screen. What is Gary doing this morning? Let's see what Gary's up to today. His screen is loading up, so we'll give him a little bit. We'll see what's going on there. And then you asked me for Meta. Let's look at Meta. Meta on Atlas. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit nicer. Give me a second. Not a whole lot. See, Meta's a tough stock because Meta doesn't get a whole lot of volume. Yeah, see, the volume is very light. So they don't have a lot of orders in their level 2 right now. And that's the tough part about trading Meta, that they don't have a lot of huge orders. At the moment, it looks bullish, man. 606.50. You got 4,000 orders up there, 606, 700. There's not a whole lot towards the bottom here. It's very light, actually. The overall orders are light, but if I had to pick a direction, this looks like it wants to go higher. What is the stock doing? Let's see here. Oh, yeah, look at that. But let's see if it can get that 606. Now, 666. A devilish number up at 607. So let's see if it can actually continue on this uptrend. But there's not a whole lot of volume. So two things could happen when you have something like this, guys. It can change very quickly. The supply and demand could change drastically, very fast, because now this doesn't take a lot of participants to move from one way to the other, and it could be hard to read. And the other thing is that it just takes a while to get somewhere, right? So those are two things that can really, you gotta be on the lookout for a stock like this. But at the moment, even if you zoom out, there's heavy demand to the upside on Tesla, and you're seeing that play out really nice right now in our charts. Are you in it? Who asked for this? Who asked for this? Hopefully you're in it. Let me know if you're in this trade. It's pretty nice. Very, very nice. Very nice. All right, let's take a look here. All right, Kyle and QUBT short. And we have Gary's looking at PLTR, but nothing there yet. And Baba's another one you guys are asking for. Let's take a look at Baba here. Wow, I think Eamon traded Baba. He did. Look at Eamon's trade on Baba here, friends. So really nice entry, partial, and it is just rocking another partial up here. Wow. Man, just when I think I have a great trade, you guys are over here crushing it. Jeez, look at that. Here's NVDA is heading back lower. So I'm looking at that as well. NVIDIA rejecting the VWAP, guys. So beautiful rejection there, heading back lower here. Let's see if it's actually going to drop down back to the low of the day. I won't get back in it, but I think it will be nice. Carlos Bookman Fund, Bookman Funds. Thank you, man. Did you ask for something? Do you need something? If you put the funds, I'll definitely bring up whatever you ask for. That is awesome. All right. Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate you, my friend. So you are in it. Gonna hold until 610 on Meta, I'm assuming. That's awesome, man. Go for it. I think it's a great trade. Baba made the day thanks to the scanners. Yeah, Baba was really clean, man. I didn't have it on my list. That's a failure on my part, guys. Why did I have Baba on the list? It's one of my all-time favorite Chinese stock to trade. And we've done a lot of great things with Baba in the past. It's been really good to us. JD here and there, but Baba's been for me, oh man, my favorite. Look at it go today. It's really putting on a show here for you guys this morning, and Eamon definitely took advantage of that pop. So someone asked for Baba. Let's take a look at Baba here. Baba this morning. Where is it? Let's take a look. Baba, did you pay the funds? You got to pay the $2 funds to pull up tickers. Nathan is setting a standard here. He's like, you're gonna get information. You got to pay. You got to pay to play. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Baba this morning, it's bullish, man. It's bullish. Look at it. It's just you got tons of orders, but you got a little bit down at 140. You got to expect a pullback at some point. But man, this thing is at the moment just similar to Meta, right? Similar to Meta. It doesn't look as fancy as NVIDIA because it doesn't have a lot of orders, but the little bit orders that it has is all bullish right now. So, if you do start getting some weakness, 140.25 could be an issue. But right now, the little bit of orders that are battling is all to the upside. Chris MC for the win. Thank you, man. Appreciate the support. Chris MC says Atlas is good. Yes, it is. We love Atlas, man. Thank you for the support, Chris. Our winner finally of the funded account yesterday, man. Some congrats to you. Can't wait to see what you do with that. Make us proud, man. Make our YouTube crowd proud. You're like one of the members here. Been here for a long time, so we want to see you up on that leaderboard. No pressure. No pressure. Don't even think about it. Just trade your style, trade your strategies. Don't get no pressure from us. But congrats, man. Glad to see you win. Glad to see you win. 600. Oh, 600 likes. Yeah, that'd be awesome if we can get there, friends. That'll be incredible. Where are we sitting at now? 446. Lovely, lovely, lovely. 446 likes. That is amazing. Oh, shoot, man. Baba just keeps going. Who else is in Baba? Who else is in long on this thing? It just keeps rocking. My goodness. Atlas is awesome. Just made a 1200 on SOXL. Just following Atlas heat map. Beautiful. Only feedback is to add more than 4 tabs. Yeah, we're testing that. So if you look at because every time you change something, you don't want to break something. So I do have a beta version. You can see I have about how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think 8 is the max, right? You don't want to crush the system because this will be, take a lot of bandwidth from the server. So we are testing this here. You can see I got 8 tickers there, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. So right now, if that does well, that could be a feature that we add later down the line. So very good, very good. All right, friends. Any of you at breakouts need your help? Let me know if you see something. Say something. Tesla at VWAP. There we go. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, good call. Good call. Tesla at VWAP, guys. So let's see what's going on here. Got a beautiful breakout. We got somewhat of a pullback. And confirmation count is happening quickly. I'd rather a bigger pullback and then the confirmation, but this is happening very, very tight. I want to see a little bit cleaner. Let's see if we get a bigger pullback and then like a real retest of the VWAP will be nicer. On Atlas for Tesla, what do we have? Let's take a look. We are looking pretty balanced, though. I don't got a warm and fuzzy feeling on the market Atlas on the level 2 at the moment. It's pretty balanced out. That's strange. 437, we got plenty of orders there. Let's see. Good call. Who did this? Good call. Whoever called Tesla. Good call. Kind of like it, guys. Let's see if we can get. We got a little bit of pullback here. It's a little bit on the messier side, but I do like what I'm seeing here. Atlas is falling in line a little bit to the long side, so that could be interesting. Thinking of a potential VWAP breakout on Tesla. It's like you're not getting much of a pullback and you're just right there. All right, we're going to go long. Let's go long. So not much of a pullback. It's just like hanging here. So you got a little pullback there. somewhat of a confirmation between these two candles. So it's not the cleanest setup. I do like the way the Atlas looks. 435-ish, 15 is our stop. So actually 435.09-ish, a little bit closer to 435. Let's make it easy. That's our stop. Let's see if we can get to the high of the day. Would be awesome. We get up here, man, we're cooking with oil, baby. Let's see if we can get there. So let's see, 438. We'll take a partial there because that's near our 1R. And level 2 is looking nice, actually. Let's see if it can actually turn into something. It's trying to break ground here and get higher. You could tell by the increase in volume we're getting there. So let's see if it can actually continue. Come on, get up there. Let's get 438. 438 is exactly where we have the level 2 here. So trying to see if we can get up to that 438 area. And let's see if the push can take place. Here it is. It's always hard to break new ground to the upside. You can see the price action coming in. We did get good volume in this candle here. Can this volume match the momentum? You know, looks like we're doing it. Oh, yes, sir. I'm not going to bat over 7 cents. No. Partial here, friends. And Atlas keeps moving higher to 439. So, oh, keeps looking much better, guys. Look at that. Okay, we're looking good. 439. Let's see. Can we get there? 439.79 is the high of the day, but I'm going to go for 439. I'll take that. So let's see if we can get there. Another stock very similar to NVIDIA. It can change on a dime. It can pivot and go against you. So we'll be aggressive with our partials because we got a nice green day and we don't want to give much back. So, or overstay our welcome on this second trade here. Well, we're hesitating. Atlas is telling me be patient, Seabiscuit. But I get impatient with the partials. Come on. Let's see. Let's see if we can get it going. Yeah, it's having a hard time, man. You can see the Atlas. Just keep looking at it. It's just struggling to get up there. The battle at 438. Let's see here. Still tons of orders to the upside. It's just can we get the momentum to go through this and push that 439? Maybe hit the high of the day. That would be amazing today. Good call, Holloway. Good call, man, on Tesla. I wasn't looking at it. You called it out. Hollow there did a nice call. Man, gotta love the community. Gotta love it. Let's go. Let's see if we get 439. We're not making a new high, which I don't like. I'm just looking at Atlas here, see what it wants to do. Look at that 439 orders up there. I think there is an opportunity for us to get those orders, but it is having a really tough time. All right, we'll be patient. Stop is at break even now, guys. So if it comes anywhere near that, and a little bit higher, really, because what happens is this moves so fast, you don't want to have a lot of slippage into the red for the shares that you have left. So if we don't see this take off here, this will be a very important candle. So new candle on the 1 minute. We gotta see this head higher. Like if this doesn't head lower, people, the buyers like myself, are gonna bail. Here we go. There it is. Be nice to us. We're nice to you. All right, guys. Tesla here, 439. We're taking a partial there. Let's see, 440 is playing nice here on Atlas. Oh, yes. Another partial. Just above 439.50. We'll love 440 if we can get it, friends. Look at the Atlas. Just beautiful. Come on. Get 440. You can do it. You can do it. Push up there. Let's try and going for another dig. We need the Pac-Man emoji on Atlas. Let's see. He's digging in. See that? Digging in, digging in. Big orders, big orders. And there it is, the push. There's the push. Another partial, friends, above 440. All right, we're going to try now to be a little more partial. I'm a little more patient with the partials. We already did good here. Now we can just kind of relax and just let's see if we can get into a nice momentum. You're probably going to have some kind of pullback consolidation coming up. See that the orders start building to the downside here on Atlas. So let's see what's next for this one. I don't want this going below 438 though. Below 438 is just too close for comfort to our entry. And being up at 440, you don't want to be coming back down to 436, 30. That's just crazy. You know, you want to give that much from the shares you have left. So I still got enough that I think I need to possibly take some more off here at 440. Don't want to play too much defense and don't want to be too overly aggressive. Always the balance you got to keep. No way, man. No, we miss Peter. We need Peter. We need our co-pilot. We definitely do. All right, I'm gonna 438. I don't want it coming down there. Let's be a little more conservative. I want to take a partial here just in case this is the end. I love those reels. Have you guys seen those reels? This is the end with the song. Oh my man! Every time I see those, I'm just laughing. The stuff they put together is so funny. So have you guys seen those on Instagram or anything? The song comes on when somebody does something really stupid. Oh man. I gotta get some examples for you guys if you haven't seen them. They're the funniest thing ever. They keep me laughing on social media. No, man, Andrew's a beast. Andrew's a beast. Andrew would have been long like from here. Andrew would have been long from here or here, right? He is just such an unbelievable trader. It is fun to watch him trade. If one of the things I do miss, I love being here with you guys. Don't get me wrong. This is the best. But I do miss watching him live. Like I see him, you know, I got the chat room up, but it's not the same thing when you're like completely focused on what he's doing. It is just a piece of art, man. This guy, it's just incredible with the stuff he pulls off. So, and it's not just the size. Like I know he takes big size, but it's just the way he reads the market. Like he could be taking 3 shares for all I care, right? It's just the way he gets into trades, the way he decides on where to get in. It's just magic, man. Magic. So, all right, guys. Great and very explosive day today, man. NVIDIA here tweeted us nicely. And look at that. Coming back up to the VWAP. Could be another VWAP breakout here, guys, on NVIDIA. This stock is strong, up 1.6. So be on the lookout for that. And took us 2 tries to get that one. The first one didn't work. The second one did. And let's see if Tesla's going to break higher. Atlas says yes. 440 has a lot of orders. We'll love to see that play out. And again, the participants to the downside have disappeared. They got scared. They said, no, we don't want no parts of this. And it's up to the upside right now again. So let's see what happens. Georgie, he is the messiah of trading. Absolutely, man. He is just awesome. He's awesome to watch. All right, let's see. Struggling at 440 as we should. That is nearing our high of our day there. And let's just hope that the rejection is not a big one. 438's got some orders, but clearly the upside is still very significant on Tesla. NVIDIA at the VWAP, guys. I'm not gonna take another trade. I think I'm okay. I'll just manage the Tesla trade, but it's another one that is kind of setting up pretty good here too. Let's see if it can actually get the breakout momentum. Tesla coming back to 438. We have some orders there. Let's see if we can get the break on this one on NVIDIA. All right, Tesla's struggling. I don't like it, guys. And I'm not gonna completely out, but I'm gonna take some more off just in case. Some more off on Tesla, not 10% off. We don't have a whole lot left, just in case. This is the end here. What else, friends? What else? What are you guys doing this morning? What else did you get in? What did you guys trade? NVIDIA at the VWAP gate. Yep, excellent. What else? Tesla back at VWAP. Yeah, NVIDIA is testing the VWAP right now. So you can see they're failing at the moment. We'll see if that's gonna act as a rejection or if we're gonna head lower. All right, glad I took these partials, man. I was concerned I was probably being too defensive, but look, Tesla's just struggling. So glad I took those off. And this is just way too close for comfort. I'm going to take the rest off, guys. You know what? If it sets up and looks good for long, we'll get back in it. But I'm not going to bring the little bit of that I have left back down to break even. It's just no point. So we'll take everything off. We made our move here on Tesla, man. What a great breakout. Did not look that good, I got to say. This looked a little bit questionable. Because we didn't really get like a really good retest and then confirmation, but I'm glad I made the decision based on these two candles there, and it worked out nicely alongside the information from Market Atlas level 2. It was just incredible. So let's see what else. It's only 10:30, 10:20. We got so much time left. Maybe we could take that NVIDIA trade if it sets up. All right, so I'm thinking it's later, but we still got a lot of time to go here, friends. Let's see if NVIDIA does something good for us here. QUBT, let's go through our list first, actually, before I take another trade. Let's take it easy here. QUBT, sideways, so it did drop there, has not really lost this level. What is this? 1020, 1096. So just kind of hanging out there. HIMS, wow, HIMS and QUBT has got like the same price action. Almost identical. Drop to a level and just kind of wrapping themselves around that level. QUBT, same exact thing. So not much happening there. Is Market Atlas proprietary function of BBT? No, it's available to you. Head over to tradingterminal.com and it's available to you there. As $99, you get access to Market Atlas. You get access to the scanners, the simulator, a bunch of other trading tools, right, that we use every day. And they're not new. We didn't invent these, right? Bookmap's been out for ages, all right? So we just created our own and made it cheaper. That's what we did, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Competition is good. Competition is good. So if you're a Bookmap lover, this is good for you too. I mean, hopefully Bookmap sees this and, okay, we got to bring the price down, right? You need competition. You need that so we can both elevate our game up higher. So it's good for the consumer, right? It's a good thing. So so sometimes people ask me, "Oh, how to use Atlas?" I'm not a big user of Atlas, but I'm sorry, I'm not a big I don't have the knowledge of Atlas like someone in our community does that's been using it for a long time. But you can oh, that's what beeped here. Yeah, I figured that was John. You can look up YouTube Bookmap and you can see no, it's not the same. The Bookmap is $39. You just got Bookmap. $99, you got more than Bookmap. You got Atlas, you got the simulators, you got all the stuff that comes alongside with it. The scanners. The scanners are pretty good. I like the scanners. So it's a lot more you get, right, than just Atlas on its own. Yeah, Atlas alone is not, can't put Atlas alone for $99. That's not gonna work. You got a lot more there. Journaling, you get everything. The one question people ask is, why don't we separate the charges? And doesn't like doing these partially charges, charge for this, charge for that. He wants one package for everything. That's the way he likes to do things. That's the way he likes to buy things. That's the way he likes to do things. One price for everything and just be done with it. So, yeah, it was not. So now you got the breakout. So this is the breakout now, right? Let's see if we can. It's a good breakout, by the way. Let's take a look at NVIDIA on Atlas. And Bookmap is what? It's $39 with through and Novo is through Thinkorswim. I got Thinkorswim, but I never seen the ad for like Bookmap on it. is through Thinkorswim, right? If you have Thinkorswim account, you can get it for $39. How much does it cost outright? What's the cost? All right, here it is. NVIDIA breaking out nicely. Level 2 looks bullish. I feel like I'm trading a lot today. But if it's there and it's for the taking, what can we do? It would be irresponsible of us not to take this trade. Irresponsible of us not to take a setup that looks good and is grabbing us by the face. This looks good here. All right, so we got the same pullback and we got a breakout. Pullbacks are very short today. Like, you're not getting no red candles on the pullback. And then this is the same thing we did with Tesla. And again, this is a little questionable because it's not quite the setup. You really want a red candle retesting the VWAP, but this is a very similar setup we saw with NVIDIA. I mean, well, with Tesla. And Atlas is also looking bullish. So let's see if we get a real retest here. Don't look, but Tesla's breaking out. Don't tell me Tesla's so held. You dog. You dog, look at you. Oh man, I should have held. And this would have been nice to be back at 441. That's okay. Actually, I was not even that close to my entry. Why? Yeah, you know what? It's the VWAP. The VWAP throws me off at times, and I said this before. Like, here's my entry, right? I could have waited a little more, but your eyes references the VWAP here and then the VWAP here, and you think you're closer, but you're not. It's just the VWAP moving higher. I've done that before. All right, let's see. Let's forget about Tesla. Damn it. All right, let's see what NVIDIA has for us here. Okay, so now we got a red candle. Now can we get the push? Can we get a nice push? And I will say above this area. See, we're not. No, it's not happening. This is failing. Okay. Glad I didn't jump in this. This is a failing VWAP breakout, guys. So you're not jumping in this yet. Still can recover. Still can come up. I think it's a strong stock. I think it wants to go higher. I think the level 2 says it wants to go higher, but it is failing at the moment. So important to get this breakout candle, pullback, and then confirmation. That is key, guys. You have to get that. I know in Tesla it was a little bit different. We didn't quite see that, but we did get a little bit more candles, right? Confirming the move, and the level 2 looked great. NVIDIA didn't quite do that. All right, let's go to what John has for us. Let's go to some trades of the day. I saw some great stuff in the chat room. I want to see what people are doing this morning. I saw some great trades on BABA and some other tickers. Let's take a look at what our chat room members and moderators did today. John leading the way here. Beautiful high of day breakout in Meta. Got in, took a partial, and got in and then pulled back to his break even. So again, one loss, but look at the loss break even. Peter does the same thing a lot too. He'll take a lot of trades and he'll be out at break even. This is good. Look at NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA is back up nicely, actually. That's a good bounce back. That's a very positive, strong move on NVIDIA. I'm going to take half shares, half size, just because I have a good day going. Just half size today, just because I have a really good day going. I don't want to risk too much. I like where I'm sitting at today. So half size, so we're not going to make a lot. That's okay. But we're not going to risk a lot if this thing goes south. So we're long NVIDIA here, 220, just on 225, 224.89. And let's see if we can get going. Our stop is 224.32, so about 80 cents or so. And let's see if we can get the move. All right, back to Meta here, friends. Meta stopped out of break even. Peter does this quite a bit, where he'll take this trade, stop loss at break even, and then he will he will save a lot of money by doing this. So it doesn't survive there. Comes back, sees the volume. John, my man, got long again here. Partial this time, it pays off nicely. And here comes the ads, which I am going to start doing going forward. I am going to start doing this going forward. These ads are just incredible. So add, and then add here, partial again, add, and then out of break even. Just keep on your break even up. But again, these ads are just, they're awesome. So great stuff. All right, so Let's continue here. Next is Baba. Here is Eamon. So Eamon, we mentioned this earlier because we went into chat and looked at it. Baba got long. I mean, Eamon got long on Baba, partial into strength, and Baba never looked back, man. What a great entry! Can't wait to hear how he entered this. What was his thought process? Good volume coming in, and just look at the explosion, getting all the way in here, getting all the way to 142, and even here it was still going higher. I think a lot of you guys did get in as well. So very, very nice. All right, here is Dutch Trader, a member in our community. Short, partial, added, partial on NVIDIA. Man, he's following our trades. He's copying us, guys. I'm kidding. It's very similar to what we did, but man, what a beautiful trade. He's been very early on. He knew it was a short, so he has his short mindset. Look at that. Partial, adding some more. Just look at this beautiful drop, and then I'm assuming all out here. So great trade by Dutch Trader there on NVIDIA. Really, really nice. EOES, this was on our watch list. I might just stop out here in a second, just watching that trade. But this was on our watch list too. Had a great drop. Didn't really continue after that, but had a great drop initially. Look at that. Added partial. Oh man, beautiful partials on here. And then I'm assuming all out here once you start seeing some buying pressure. So good stuff. And at the moment, that one I think it's just stuck sideways. It's trying to bounce back now, but it really hasn't done a whole lot since then. Oh my goodness. Friends, look at Tesla. What did I do? Why am I still in this? Oh man. Tesla, guys. Wow. What else we have? Speaking of Tesla, here's Alberto with Tesla. He went long here, parceling like a madman. I would do the same thing too. Into strength. Look at that. Just beautiful. And hopefully he's still in it. Tesla at 444 right now. Oh boy, it's right, Chris. Oh boy, it's right. Just epic trading. All right, and that's it. So we have great stuff from members and moderators this morning. Just incredible. Look at NVIDIA. Look at Tesla go. I'm in NVIDIA, small position. Let's see if he wants to do anything here. Half size what I normally take, just because, again, I think the setup was good, but not great. And we don't want to risk too much given the type of day that we're having this morning. But I just want to go back and look at Tesla. Wow. Oh man, who's in this, guys? Please, I want to live through you. John, thanks for the screenshots, man. Great stuff. You said I missed your trade. I missed your trade. Which trade did you take? I missed your trade, John. I just saw that comment. You're in Tesla. Oh man, nice, John. Nice. Oh man, I would have been in Tesla too. We'll get stopped out of NVIDIA here. It's not much of a loss or gain. Doesn't matter. But oh man, that is crazy. That is crazy. All right, can't complain. We had a good day, but wow, that is a trade breakout of the day here on Tesla. Just purely amazing, friends. Purely amazing. All right. All right. Sure. John is in it. John is in the trade. Anybody else? Anybody else taking that? Atlas, yeah, man. It's just awesome. Man, I have a great day. I'm not complaining. But when you don't us breakout traders, we don't get these type of trades often. Right? We don't get these huge breakout continuation plays. Like this is normal. We'll get this all the time. This is not a problem. This is what we get, right? On a regular basis, we get this breakout. On a regular basis, we get the NVIDIA breakout here, right? We have one loss here, one full loss there, and then we get this breakout. This is normal, right? This is just normal. But this plus that, that's a thing of beauty. When you're able to capitalize on your trade and get this momentum, this is where you make that good money, that good profit, right? And to be in it and not be in it now, that sucks. But that's okay. These don't come around often, right? So again, have a great day. Not complaining, but man, it does suck to miss out on this one. 445. Just stick the knife in me. Just turn it and just say, screw you, Carlos, for covering or selling everything. All right, there it is. Let's talk about something else. Does Baba look like is setting up for a reversal? Let's take a look at Baba. Yes, let's get off Tesla. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's getting a little toppy here. I'm not a big reversal trader, so you guys know, but it does look like it's getting a little toppy and ready to go the other way. So that type of setup is starting to happen here. It is very subtle though. It's not like a double top. Even on the 5-minute, there's not like a double top situation happening. It's just like, hey, we're tired and we're just sliding down. So I don't know how your entry signal or pattern is going to be here, but it does look like it wants to get some kind of pullback situation going. So, but again, not aggressive at all on the reversal signal. So very, very subtle. Butcher of Styles, who nobody inquire about the price of Tesla. Nobody asked for the price of Tesla. I'm just kidding, man. But yeah, Tesla 445. I didn't want to know. Thank you for telling me. Love it. We're having too much fun today. All right, what else? Let's go through our secondary list, NVTS, and this is why, like, this stock comes up a lot. I think our good buddy Alex was watching this, and hopefully he made some good bank on it. But it comes up a lot, but man, it is a tough trader compared to other semiconductors, right? It's a tough trader. So look at that. Today was a tough day. QCOM was on our secondary list. Drop. It is at the VWAP now. I'm not taking no more trades. I think I'm trade out already. I think I have a good day going. Just had a small loss in NVDA, very small, because we took on like half size with $1 stop. So that's not gonna do much. We will have not made much. We're not gonna lose much, and that was kind of like the purpose of it. It was just to see, hey, is this? Look at it go now. Is this strategy going to trade nicely? It looked good, and look at that. It didn't work out, but it looks like now it wants to go. So if you're still in the game looking for trades, I think this can be one that can go. I really think NVIDIA wants to go higher. I really think NVIDIA wants to go back up to that 226.67. I just think it's just struggling, having a really hard time getting up there. All right, what else? So we looked at that. Baba potential reversal, so we did answer that. Let's take a look at what else. 447? Seriously? Oh yeah, 446. Yeah. Now it's getting a little bit of rejection here, but wow, what a trade. Intel on our secondary list also coming back up to the break-even point. So previous day close. Beautiful short on Intel, guys. I gotta start being more respectful of the way Intel is trading. All right, I gotta start being a little more respectful. It is trading nice. I gotta start giving it the credit that is due and putting it on the primary list and watching a little bit closer. I mean, this is the nice opening situation here on Intel, right? It's just maybe it's changing. Maybe it's changed the way it trades. Wolf did actually break down pretty nice on the 1 minute. Eventually did go down to 59. You know what? It looks nice now, but if you were watching this earlier, you knew how bad the volume was. Like it's nasty. Like it was just not trading well. The level 2 was off, not many orders. So it somehow it managed to connect some pretty candles here, but the actual price itself was not clean. It really wasn't. So I think this would have been a tough trader with the type of strategies that I trade, right? So I'm no fan of that. K-Web, let's take a look. Let's live and die. Yeah, live and then die. Live and then die. Like, love it. K-Web, K-Web, which is Crane shares. What does this CSI China internal internet ETF? Okay, so they're up this morning, pretty nice. K-Web up 47%, 43%. I'm sorry, no, 4%, up 4% this morning. Wow, pretty nice. Up to 40, 30, 64 so far. Yeah, also getting very similar to Baba, right? Getting a little bit toppy, a little bit sideways, so kind of losing some steam at the moment. Um, so if you're looking for reversals, we are getting into that time from 10:38 where reversals start coming up here. Um, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I mean, I'm happy to be with you guys and do this show. I think it's a lot of fun. I think find good opportunities together. Today, NVIDIA hollows set NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA night. We caught that view breakout, right? Breakdown, right? So I was not looking at that. And I'm sorry, he mentioned Tesla. I think it was Tesla, right? So he mentioned that we took advantage of it, and look at it go here, still going. Wish I was still in this baby, but man, what a beautiful trade. So very very nice. I think John is in this still, so good. John, send us a picture of that one when you have it all set up. Would love to see that. PLTR. What did PLTR end up doing? I know I started doing some action here, and oh, it did get really nice. What a great day, guys. We had such really good opportunities. Another one here on PLTR. Nice, almost engulfing type look on the 5 minute, right? So not quite, but you can see the weakness. Pulls up to the VWAP, retest that, and that looks awesome on the 1 minute as well. Look how clean that looks. Pulls back here and then drops. And you're doing it with decent volume too. So another great VWAP breakout. We were managing NVIDIA at this point, so we couldn't really manage this one. But this one also ran pretty nice. So very, very good stuff there. All right, John's going to send us that. We'll take a look at John's trade on Tesla. And let's see what else we have here. Apple is everlasting fight with the VWAP. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. This is garbage. Where's the truck? Roll the truck on Apple. You know, Apple is one of these stocks that can, you know, beep, beep, that can put in a great day and then do this. Like, this is pure garbage on Apple, right? And we've seen them do this very early on and then break out and have a great day. But, man, this is brutal. It's not their day today. So garbage for Apple this morning. Here's John's trade. So John's trade on Tesla. So he got in, does his thing with his break-even stop, right? So out of break-even here. Got back in, out again, and then the third time here, in. And there he goes. Now he got the move, added, partial, added, still in it. And for the way things are going, we're dabbling with that 447. We went to 446.50, so hopefully you took a partial up there. I assume you did. But good stuff, man. Took a couple of stabs, but that third one, pays for all these break evens tenfold. So excellent. 478 likes over on YouTube, guys. That is incredible. Thank you so much for the support. If you haven't had the opportunity to hit that thumbs up, please do so. Only reason we ask is because it helps the show a ton. It tells us, wow, look at Tesla. Yeah, look at Tesla. This trip was the best thing that happened for Elon, is being on this plane discussing business over in China. Oh, man. Wow. That's good. That's very good. Are you not entertained, Tesla fans? Are you not entertained? So laser focus on partials in Tesla funded. My TSL kept going up. Nice, man. You doing the funded account still, Ben? Who's doing the funded account here, friends, by the way? Who's in funded? Oh, we got those now? There we go. Cameron coming in with the, wow, 9 months already, man. Good to have you. All right, Ben is in the funded account. Very good. Let's put it to the side here so we could see Tesla just take off and leave us in the dust. My goodness. The humanity, guys. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. But yeah, Cameron coming in here with the 9 months. Congratulations. Welcome. Bat Twain, 7 months. You're 2 months short. No, welcome, man. We appreciate you guys. I'm in the funded account. I won. How much did you win, JC Trader? You ended your funded account already, or you still in it? Why PLTR is selling off consistently, even though it had good earnings, man. It's just stocks do that. I don't know the specific and details. I haven't read it, but if they didn't blow the earnings out of the water, or the future is not looking bright, or there was something that was said on the call that the investors didn't like, or Wall Street didn't like, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get that hit. That's just what happens. Uh, Ben Paris with 7 months in a Lambos and garbage truck. Awesome. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. That's pretty good. This is my first month. Welcome, man. Good to have you. Yeah, Tesla's just unreal. Tesla is just showing off for us now. It really is. NVIDIA 230. What did NVIDIA do? Yeah. I think NVIDIA wants to go up. I didn't want to trade it again. I have a really nice day already. I didn't want to get back into it and just, even if at another like really small entry, half size or even a quarter of a size. I didn't want to get back into it because I just feel like I don't want to take another loss and start digging into the profits here. But I believe it's going higher. I think it wants to go up. It wants to go up. BTC Heaven, Tesla to 450. I'm not sure, man. Not now. Not now. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm thinking you're saying VWAP. No, 450. Yes, I believe you. Yes, sorry. I thought you had a price lower than the price that is now. But yes, 450. Yes, absolutely. For some reason, I thought you said the VWAP, the price of the VWAP, and no. I agree. I think 450 is on deck. That's what I would put my money at. Obviously, everything has a pullback, so you might get a pullback here eventually. But right now, that's looking quite the opposite at the moment. So let's see if it can hold the 9. It's been holding the 9 pretty nicely. And let's see if it can do that. Under 1 minute, it's been holding the 9 pretty well. How can I get the free funded account? You got to be here when we do our giveaways. We do it about once a week. We do our free giveaways. Chris won last time we did it, but we'll be giving a few out. Frustrating for me, Carlos, as I was looking to enter TSLA at 15.75 an hour ago. Oh baby, I feel for you as well. What happened? Why didn't you get in? Yeah, this is it. You would have been, man. You're bidding somewhere down here, right? I mean, this is just, you're $1 in this, and it looks like it wants to go high. So curious what happened, why you didn't get in. How come my view up on Interactive Brokers is not set to the same? Is the Interactive Brokers Dash Trader Pro or TWS? TWS has a different, kind of a different calculation on the way it does it, right? So you want to be careful. But Dash Trader Pro, the way you have this set up could be the reason why it's slightly different, So I can send you that. If you email me, carlos@bearbertraders.com, I can tell you what my settings are, and then you can see if you have the same data and configuration on your system. I would like 450 as well. Okay, big pullback here on Tesla. NVIDIA also pulling back, so maybe the market has other plans at the moment. 6 more likes. Is that what we need for 500? 6 likes. Let me see. Do I have the? Oh yeah, I do have it here. Free members milestone. Oh, let's go. See, I'm a Lambos and Garbage Truck member too. Very nice. We got. Where's the Lambos? There we go. Okay, so 5 months. Damn, look at that. Got a long way to go to beat some of you guys. INTC. Yeah, I'm gonna start paying attention to INTC, guys. It is actually trading very clean. Like if you look at this 1 minute here, this is pretty clean. This is very clean actually. So I should start paying a little more attention to it. Just we'll see, but it is trading very nicely, and the price is good. Like MU is getting out of control, right? You can't trade MU anymore, $800. So you're gonna take 3 shares, like it's out of control. You mess up your whole buying power situation, and also the spread is nasty. The price action is weird, so you can't. That one is out of tradability for me at least. So Intel, it's got a nice price range of 120. It's moving well. It gets tons of volume. Like Intel probably gets more volume than any of these other tickers that are out there. like a MU. I think probably more than AMD too. Maybe not NVIDIA, but 49 million shares traded. They get tons of volume, so you want to have that there. 496 likes. Oh man, yeah, we're right there, guys. Yeah, you're right. Just four people need to trip over the button, and we're there. No, not today. Not today. Not giveaway at 450 at 500. Not today. But still get there. Don't let that discourage you. Still get there. Andrew is probably traveling. I know he finished climbing his mountain, but so he's probably traveling back somewhere or to another country to do something else. You know, he gets to the airport and decides where he wants to go, and he just ends up there. So he's probably traveling. All right, here's NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to go. I think NVIDIA has a shot to go back to 226.67. I don't see why that cannot happen. So let's see if it works. Oh shoot. Oh, let's see here. Peter cannot get back into the Zoom meeting. Oh, how come? Let's see. See how Peter did today. Peter's gonna join us now, guys. Let's see how he did. Oh, I see why. Yep, because you got disconnected. Yep, let me connect it back. Yep, Peter's gonna join us here. All right, here we go. Doug Jane Trades, member for 9 months. Congratulations. Congratulations. Members for 9 months in chat. Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. So congrats. All right, here it is, NVIDIA. All right, so let's see if Peter can join now.
Yeah, I should be here now. Hello.
Ah, there you go. Wait, I got hear you
Hey.
twice for some reason. Hold on, let me fix that. Why do I hear you twice?
I don't know. Because I'm that special. You want to hear me twice.
Let's see here. Excellent. Okay, I got you now. Yeah, so what happens is, Peter, when Zoom is not being used, when it's idle for so long, it just disconnects.
Oh, right.
So that's what it was. Yeah, since nobody else was connected,
That's true.
it just went idle. So yeah, Atlas Trader,
That's
another
true.
one for 9 months here. Awesome, guys. Good stuff.
Wow.
Peter, how did you do today?
So-
how was the trading day?
I no trades for me. So I was over with my friends
Mm.
at Peak Apple, but it was good. I was explaining a lot of my strategy, how it works, what I'm looking for. And the problem is, Carlos, when you're that intense on explaining everything, you tend to miss opportunities. So there were
Yeah.
trade opportunities. There was some good sort of what I call a lightning bolt. You like your view app retest, but core weave short. I was watching EOSE at the open, and it just never gave me the pullback I needed to get into it, but it ended up being a good short. There was Oklo that was a short. So there's a couple of them out there that I was looking for, but never fully set up. But yeah, guys, I see you just mentioned here Tesla Mountain Pass. That's exactly what I'm watching right now. So I was looking for a Mountain Pass actually earlier, around 10:20. It looked like it was setting up, but then it went higher and made a new high of day, and of course it went on a little run here. So now I'm watching it. I actually already have my potential stop in if it is a Mountain Pass just above the high of the day. So I'm ready. I'm ready if this thing goes back up and retests, because yes, this looks like a decent Mountain Pass. Now, like I said, I'm a little leery. If you look at the Atlas, there are a ton of orders sitting at 450. So clearly somebody's looking to try and pull this thing higher. So I really has to fail pretty spectacularly here when it gets to this high of day, which is currently 448.48. Because there's a lot of topside orders. Like it still looks pretty bullish on the Atlas, but if it does hold and looks really weak, I might take a stab at it. But I said it's feeling pretty risky just because of those big 450 orders. 450 might be a better time, right? Wait and see if it fails there. Yeah. Especially if it spikes through hard, it might be a parabolic reversal. But yeah, I'm watching Tesla. It's the most interesting thing I've got on my chart.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
The other one, the other one that I'm looking at is Google. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm this. Earnings call is not, we don't have NVIDIA earning calls tomorrow. Was is there a call for NVIDIA tomorrow that I'm not aware of? I'm looking at the calendar here. I don't think there is any, no, we don't have NVIDIA tomorrow, Peter, right?
No, NVIDIA is always
NVIDIA's at the end. It's like
reporting cycle. Yeah, they're May the 20th. They're next Wednesday. next
Yeah,
week.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
unless
you're
you
a
have
week
any other
ahead.
call, unless you have
You're a
any
week
other
early.
call, you're thinking about it. There's no NVIDIA yet. And go ahead. The other one you're looking at is Google, Peter.
Google, yeah, just because Google's had a big solid move up here today, it's just slow and steady.
Wow.
I mean, look at that
Yes.
move higher on Google.
Man.
One of the boot campers pointed it out to me, and I was like, yeah, I wasn't actively watching it, but it looks interesting. We'll see what happens. I'm not along for the ride higher, but if
Oh,
we get to an inflection point, maybe there's a reversal on it.
so many good opportunities today, guys. This market is just unbelievable. We had so many great opportunities today. You just couldn't take them all. Couldn't take them all. So
Mm.
very, very nice. Look at NVIDIA go. I knew it. I knew NVIDIA was going to go higher. It's in the cards.
I knew it.
There it is. And I think 226.67 is the spot where it wants to be. So beautiful, beautiful. Let's see
It
if we
looks
can
like
get up there.
you got a couple of trades today.
Oh,
You got,
yeah,
what
man.
did you? You
So,
had a loss. You got stopped
yes.
out in Nvidia, then you went short.
Yeah. So
Wow.
stopped out here for the
Okay.
5-minute
Oh,
RB.
and you tried to add.
See, Peter knows how we trade. There we go. Yeah, we try to add here,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah,
didn't
you
work.
tried to-
Had a break even.
Yeah.
Then and then after
Yeah.
this we went to Tesla. So here was
Long.
the he was
Okay.
the beautiful one. Yeah, via breakout, partial. Peter, you're gonna hate that I did this, but I got out well before my entry. Come
You're
on,
right.
man.
I do
And,
hate that.
I know you're gonna hate that I
So-
did that. And look at this.
Yeah.
Just look at this.
Should have been adding there.
I know. I know. I tell you, man.
It's easy in hindsight, though, right?
Ah,
It's
so,
tougher in the moment.
Yeah.
but-
So this was our second. This was our third trade. Then the last year was back in Nvidia. We at this point we made our day. We're good. We just took a half a position here, very small position to try to see if this was going to work out, but not really a trade. I probably should not have taken this. So have size on that, and it's working. Level 2 says, hey, this wants to go up, and it's working right now here. If we would have taken it again, but a really good day, man. Really good day. Unfortunate when it was not a blockbuster day with a Tesla here, but we can't complain. We can't complain. Because I was explaining to people, Peter, that we can get this on a regular basis, right? This move here, this is what we normally get as breakout traders, but when you're part of this type of breakout, it's kind of like, wow, this makes the day, right? This really makes not the day, it makes the week, So it's a shame we're not in it, but good day today. Good day today.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad. It sounds like you had a. Look at you. You see, I'll leave you alone, and suddenly you're a big old active trader.
No,
It's
it's
like
just,
1,
it's
2,
just,
3,
it-
4. What
no.
is that? 5 trades?
It lined up just with the way the market was trading today, man. There was a lot of
Yeah.
opportunities today. And it's one of those days where I think if you would have been here and not teaching, right? Because that's basically what we were teaching at this point. We would have definitely found some stuff to sink our teeth in, right? So it was just that type of day, even AMD, like I didn't even have AMD on my watch list. You probably did, Peter. AMD
I
had a nice
did, yeah.
short,
It was a tough one. I was watching that for I wanted to get sort of the VWAP, but look how it never retested the VWAP. I was hoping that it would actually pull
yeah.
back and bounce because I was looking for a short, but yeah, it just went,
Yeah.
and it never looked back. So yeah,
Yeah, that would've been a tough
for
one.
me, it was one of those, like you said, lots of opportunity. It turns out I was watching the wrong things. Like I was just watching the things that didn't give the signals. When then you go in hindsight and you're like, oh, look at these 5 or 10 stocks that all gave the right signals. Well, that's going to happen on any given day because you can't watch everything, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Agreed.
thanks, Candy. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So guess what? After we're done here, Carlos, I'm going to court.
What are you fighting?
I'm going to court. Another parking ticket. But it's not mine. My daughter's got a parking ticket. Now she gets parking tickets all the time because she works downtown and she didn't have full-time parking. She's now finally found park. It's actually hard to find parking downtown anyways. So she's found parking finally, and that should reduce it, but she gets parking tickets all the time. But this is one where they never left her a ticket. She actually paid for parking and they still gave her a ticket. She's like, I paid, and she's got proof of payment.
Right.
So
now, are you allowed to go on her behalf?
Well, here's the thing: the car technically is registered under my name.
Oh, okay. Okay, that
So
okay. Yeah.
so so the question is she going to be able to defend it herself, or do I have to as the car owner? So that's why I'm going with her. Not that she needs me;
Yeah.
it's just because I'm the registered owner of the vehicle, but I wasn't the one driving it. So
Yeah, no, it goes on the like if she goes by herself, she might not be able to fight it because it's the registered owner that's got to take care of it. So at least here, like if my dad's driving, he gets a ticket, but the car's mine. He goes, they're probably gonna give him a hard time, you know.
yeah.
So
that's why
it's good.
We're both going to
both
be there.
going cover it. Yeah,
We'll see how it goes. Well,
Yep.
we think we've got a good case. I mean, again, the thing is the ticket was issued at the exact same minute that she paid. And nowadays you don't pay. It's not like you pay at a meter, right? Like there's an app.
No, you got to walk
And
you got to walk to like the little booth thingy.
no, it's not even. What they do is that it's an app that you dial in, and then it says put the number off the meter. So you got to walk to wherever the meter or the common, whatever.
Yeah,
it is,
the little
sign
booth
is.
computer.
You get the number off of it. Well, but no, it's not a computer that's there. It's literally just like it's just a number. This is section road number 9842. So you put in 9842 in the app, and it says, okay, you're parked on Lisgar Street or whatever it is, right? And then you go into the app and you say how long you want to be parked for. Well, so she did that. She walked over to the thing, got the number, but it was February in Ottawa. Like it's minus freaking 30 out there. So she's like, well, I'm just going to go in the building where I can feel my fingers and actually type on my phone to do this thing. So by the time she walked into the building, put the information in the app and said, yes, you've got your parking, the guy had already given her a ticket. So the date, the time stamp on the ticket is the exact same minute as the time that she paid.
Because literally, if you saw her pulling in, if you were there that fast, you saw her pulling in. Like, yeah, whatever. That guy's in... You know what? Yeah. That guy's or girl. It could be both. Yeah. Let's not discriminate.
Okay.
You know?
Well, yeah. So you know what happens with these automated processes, right? They say, well, first, if you're going to contest the ticket, tell us why. So she put in a reason, and they, did they review it? Was it an automated thing? It felt like an automated response that just said, we have reviewed your claim and decided the ticket was issued properly. Sorry, pay up. And by the way, it's an extra $20. And we're like, screw you, man. We're going to court. So we'll see. It could be that the ticket, the meter maid or whatever they're called these days, we call them Green Hornets because they used to drive little green cars. but it could be that they don't even show up and then the ticket gets voided. But we'll see. We're ready to fight.
Yeah. Go get them, man. Ridiculous. So here we have those, but for we do have the thing you can walk to, not on the parking spot. With that number and put it in, because a lot of people don't have the app, right? Like older people, they're not gonna do the app thing. That's just not what they do. So we have both. You could pay it online or pay it there, but that's just ridiculous that person decided to do that.
We in certain places we have that too. So, but
so you have like both,
here, not on the street.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyways,
all right. Friends, look at AMD doing a VR breakout as well. So a lot of stuff still in play. This market is very, very active. But what's up next and more active is going to be Eamon, I saw your Baba trade. Just incredible. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that here. Yeah, he traded Baba, man.
I was saying Baba all pre-market show.
I know, man. I didn't have it
Baba
on my
all
list.
over the place.
Yeah, I didn't have it on my list for some reason.
Wow, I didn't think it was going to move that much. That's a good move for Bubba.
Good stuff.
I mean, we say like this meeting today is all about Baba.
Yeah, man.
Not Xi, not Trump, nothing. It's just all about Baba. And I trade this stock rarely, to be honest. Baba is all over the place. It gaps every day. Ugly price action intraday. I don't think I had it in my list for a long time, but this was one of these days where it was totally worth keeping it on the list.
Look at that. Yeah. Look at Eamon plays it smart, and in one day he paid for his car. Chinese stock, Chinese car, all paid for.
It was a Chinese car, and I had to honor the China.
There you go.
At least trade their stocks a little bit, right? Pay them the spread.
There you go. I can respect that. Absolutely. You know what? Use their own money to pay for the car. That's basically what they did. So
exactly. When I feel hungry, I trade McDonald's, then I buy a couple burgers.
There you go.
Awesome.
Trade Domino's pizza. There you go.
Exactly, and buy
Oh
pizza.
man,
Wow. Ford is, yeah. What the heck is going on
what's
with
going on with
Ford? I see
Ford?
somebody just mentioned that. I don't know, but it's up. It's
Oh
up
yeah,
a
a big
lot today
percent.
compared
They
to
gotta
its
take care of the
normal
recalls they
movement.
got going on. That's what they gotta do. Got so many recalls.
Do they have
Oh,
recalls?
oh, they got
Uh,
a ton of stuff they gotta take care of. But look at that, up nicely today. Um, friends,
oh,
we'll leave you with the
Morgan
greatest.
Stanley. Looks like they produced a
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Morgan Stanley produced a very positive memo on Ford, and
Mm,
said that they've got a new competitive edge with the Ford Energy Storage System business. So they think that
okay.
that's underpriced and that it's going to deliver significant revenue. So there you go. So yeah, that came out early this morning, and looks like it's benefiting the stock.
Yeah, it's trading them well. Up $1 here, up 8.3
Yeah.
this morning from the open. So excellent. All right, friends, we'll leave you with two of our finest gentlemen here, Kyle and Eamon. Peter and I are going to check out, and we'll see you guys a little bit later. And Kyle doesn't have an echo this time. He's locked in.
Look at that.
Progress.
Finally. So he is so stubborn about the headset. He didn't want to get it, and he had to make it work.
It's,
Yeah.
it's
No,
the
I'm
it's
not.
the hair.
I've
It's
never
the hair,
wore
man.
headphones before.
It's
I'll
the
get-
hair. You want to mess up
I'll
the
get
hair?
on
I get
board.
it.
I mean,
Look
look.
at the hair. Look at that.
Yeah, I
Look at
agree
that
with
set
that.
of
If
head.
you have a hair like that, you don't want to get a headset.
I don't know. You got pretty nice hair, Eamon, and you're able to do it. So
Peter's gonna
I,
counter
I
that.
said it
I-
specifically. I wanted Peter to say that. Thanks,
I,
Peter.
look,
Peter's specifically saying, "I'm not on board with
I'm
this."
telling you, you guys see, you know my challenges. I consider it an opportunity. My hair care product bill is zero. Honest to God. You see, you guys don't understand how I don't even buy shampoo. I haven't bought shampoo in a decade because I just don't worry about it anymore. I literally wash my hair with like body wash because I'm like, look, that's all I got. Like, what do I care? I just,
That's very true. You
I
don't
don't
buy
even need.
shampoo. Look at
I don't even
that.
buy shampoo. I don't even need it.
Yeah.
So
I
hair
use
care,
Dippity Doo, so that's why mine looks so good.
yeah, hair care product is zero. So, anyways, all right.
All right.
On that note, trade
Yeah.
smart, guys.
Take care, guys.
Awesome,
Thanks, Peter.
guys.
Thanks, Carlos.
Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Well, and YouTube, how are you guys doing today? Honestly, this was one of the days where I expected we're not going to have anything to trade. We just watched the market open, scrolling through stocks, but it ended up being good. I watched Kyle and Gary also trading in the chat room. Kyle also apparently had a good day. It was a good day, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I got stopped out a few times, but I'm up on the day. Man, trading live is just so interesting. It's weird doing it. Like trying to like you have to kind of like perform in front of people. It's different. But yeah, I had a great day overall. It's the community is so great and so supportive. So yeah, I had a great day.
Yeah. I was trading also with one of my mentees live today, and it is easier for me to trade when I trade live because I'm respecting my rules more. I'm trying to set an example. When you trade on your own, you could be flexible about some of the rules because you've been trading for a long time, you know how the market moves and you can feel it. But trading based on feelings when you have a community watching you or a member you work with watching you is not going to work because they're like, okay, I don't understand what you feel. So you need to be able to trade in a way that you can explain to them why exactly you are doing everything that you are doing. So yeah, trading live actually helps a lot. And I
Yeah.
love the afternoon trades and the morning trades that we also do on YouTube and in the chat room. So yep. Nasser is asking, what is your strategy? Nasser, I don't have one single strategy. I trade everything: breakouts, trend continuations, reversals, mountain pass, view up bounces, breakouts, head and shoulders, literally anything. The key for me is multiple time frame analysis. I analyze the higher time frames, I build the bias, I draw levels on the hourly chart, which are my zones or areas of interest. Then I wait for a setup around these levels. That's all I do. Do you know why Atlas does not let me open more than 4 tabs? Yep. We have special treatment here at BBTS moderators and we get 8 tabs. But look, there is a way around it. You can open 2 Atlas tabs
No, there you go.
like this, open in app, and you will have one here with 4 tabs and the second one with another 4 tabs. Make sense? So there is still a way around it, and you can still get your 8 tabs.
We're beta testers. That's why. We're not special. We're just beta testing.
Come on, can I feel special, Peter? You just had to break it down. I mean, it felt
okay.
good saying that.
You are special. I'm just a beta
Thank
tester.
you, Peter. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. We are beta testers, all right. He just said it. I mean, he exposed us, so it is what it is. Where is the beta testers? All right, so let's take a look at the market. What the Qs and the SPY are doing. The Qs, the whole market is kind of recovering at the moment. Honestly, yesterday's hammer looked good for a continuation today, but I wouldn't say that this hammer is doing its job. The market is still heavy. We sold off on these news during the pre-market, bottomed nicely, and now we're having the squeeze. There is still a lot of room higher. I think we are approaching the $713 area or closer to 713 on the Qs and probably closer to 740 on the SPY, maybe even the high of the day. That's where we might slow down a little bit. Um, don't get near high story windows. Chris, I bought a house first floor, so don't worry about that. I'm not falling from a window anytime soon. Alright, INTC. Let's take a look at INTC. Then we're going to do a quick trade review and we'll take a look at what you guys are watching. INTC is doing the exact same thing as the market. Interesting, obviously, but everything seems to be stretched right now, even though the market doesn't get stretched. Right. It's something that we've seen a lot recently. Anyway, guys, let's start with the review today. Go through our trades. Kyle shared an amazing trade he has taken on INTC. You should be able to see it right now. Kyle, you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, for sure. So this is one of my favorite strategies. I've been using this a lot lately. So this is my 5-minute opening range breakdown retest. So yeah, top of the first candle, top of the the fifth candle. It breaks out of the 5-minute range and then comes back down, retests it, and then I had an entry. Yeah, right there, perfect. So my stop loss was on top of that red candle there at about 944. And I partialed a little bit too early on this one. Again, like a little bit nervous in the chat room trading live, but those are just 10% partials coming down. And then I added way too heavy here, and yeah, it just really, I don't know. I think I actually added in 50%, then I put my stop loss to break even. It came back up and it stopped me out. So I actually missed the second leg to the downside. I added, yeah, around 950 to
I
my
can't
short.
believe you broke our 3 candlestick rule, Kyle.
I know, I know. Talk about this. But yeah, so it came back down. My ad at 951 was just way too big, so it came back out. I pulled my stop loss to break even. I was up about 2.5 hours on this trade, so I was still green. And that's something I'm still working on, honestly, is making sure my ads aren't too big and it doesn't ruin my average. Because I even mentioned this in the chat room that when you add in, it's so important to put your stop loss to break even and don't move it because the old Kyle would have moved that stop loss and I've been burnt so many times doing it, right? So once I add in, and I think Andrew and a lot of traders do it as well, put it to break even, and then if it comes up, stops you out, it's okay. So a good time to add realistically would have been probably around that 955 mark or even on the doji at 958. And I would have caught that move coming down, but it is what it is. I had a good day. I was 2 for 2, so yeah, just continue to learn.
Yeah, I agree with Kyle. You need to always move stop losses. As you add to your position, you do not respect the original stop losses. You could literally get burnt out. But one thing for adding a tip,
Yeah.
ask yourself this question. If I weren't in this position, would I have played it to the short side around here? This simple question just helps you with your ads a lot, right?
Mhm.
Probably looking at it around here, it's a place where you would have pulled the trigger to a position, right? But around here, I've seen your trades a lot, at least the ones that you shared me. I'm not quite familiar with your trading style a lot at the moment. But looking at the trades that you are taking,
Mhm.
you're usually catching them in the beginning of the move, right after pullbacks, which are really good entries.
Yeah.
The ads, on the other hand, that you're having are not looking similar to the entries that you are taking, right?
Right.
But still, I mean, I love this trade. You know, I had I back tested this a while ago, but I did not do it. It used to wick me out a little break even. Uh, Short on the first candlestick, add on the second candlestick, out on the third or on the fourth. So first short stop loss, second short stop loss. You're in double position. Stop
Mhm.
loss is -1 R, but the winner is a double position. It's an interesting thing, and like I said before, there are literally so many different ways to managing a winning position, like a lot.
Mhm.
And it's interesting to test every single one, see how it works. But eventually, we have trading styles, and we just stick to something that works for us in the long run.
Mhm. So, with the ad quickly on that, um, when I'm
INTC.
adding, am I doing it? I'm doing it just a little bit too early, right? Like, so, yeah. So that was my ad.
Sometimes it's too early, sometimes it's too late, depending on how you view it. Here, I would say it's
Right.
too late as the move happened, or too early as you did not wait for a pullback. Yeah,
Right. Okay. And that's where my psychology, I'm still kind of working on that is like because when I added there, that's when people from that leg are taking their profits, right?
exactly, exactly,
So
exactly. So
okay.
one
So I
thing,
need to
yeah,
wait
one
for it to come back, settle down.
ideally,
Yes. Okay. Okay. Got
yeah.
it.
What one thing about this is that you're doing an amazing thing looking for an ad to your wing position. A lot of traders are not doing that. They're scared of adding to their position because they ruin their average. They're afraid of getting wicked out. You are adding to your wing position, and that's actually a great improvement. That's already putting you ahead of so many traders out there. But not all the stocks give us opportunities to add to the position. That's the only
Right.
downside around here.
Right.
I played Babo, for example, today to the long side, and I wanted to add to this thing so much because it went so far. I see that okay, my entry is sitting down here, the stock is sitting here, and I still had small position, like 5 or 10% left of my position on Baba. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to quadruple it. If I double my position, it's going to be here. If I quadruple it, the average is going to be around here. And I wanted to add, but you can see what it was doing. It just kept making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. And then I was like, okay, this thing is just not going to pull back. I already made whatever wanted to make outfit and exit. So not all the stocks give us opportunities to add. And the painful part is that when you add late, then you get stopped out, not surviving the pullback, and then you see it running, you eventually tell yourself that if I did not add, I would have made more money. I just ended up getting wicked out on a stock that continued going in my favor. So adding really needs to be uh, on a setup that you would have taken if you weren't in the trade.
Right. That's happened to
But
me
nice
so
one.
many times. It's like when you try to add, you get wicked out, then the move happens, and then you get back in, but the move's already over.
Exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, just follow like just trying to follow your strategy as best you can.
Exactly. So IBM, yeah, someone asked, when you were right about IBM, it was forming a second leg to the downside. Yeah, this was pretty much obvious, right? At this stage it was long, at this stage it was long, and then on the daily chart it ended up just breaking the mini range. So it failed this hammer. So this was just simply setting up for next leg to the downside. It wasn't ideal for a reversal today when we were talking about it, even though it looked like a bottoming price action. And not today. I hope you managed to trade it to the short side. If you managed, then that was actually a good thing. Uh, Someone is tempted to short Tesla. I would stay away from shorts for now. The market is too strong. I have one simple rule. Do not trade reversals on stocks that have already reversed or stocks that had fake breakdown. So two things to keep an eye on before you play a reversal. Now, if you take a look at Tesla, it went to the downside and it reversed to the upside. So it already reversed. This thing already reversed. So you don't want to play a reversal on it right now. It's not going to happen. And if I want to play a reversal on a stock that has already reversed, I want to see it overextended on the hourly chart. 3 hourly candlesticks in a row, which means that the hourly needs to pull back, not reverse, pull back. So a lot of stocks are not going to be good for reversals, and it's going to be a boring 11 and 12 p.m. session, unfortunately. We are going to have trend continuation setups. Probably will be able to call a few of them, but reversals, I don't think we're going to have any at least during the 11 a.m. session.
With that being said, I've taken a small position on Intel on that hammer candle there at
Beautiful.
11.14. Yeah.
Beautiful. And this is what we see, like stock that has already reversed. It's difficult to play a reversal on it. Continuation, doable. Reversal, no. So that's actually a good one.
Thank you.
Probably is going to continue going higher. Nice one.
Thank you. We'll see what happens there. Other than that, I have no other positions. I took 2 trades today, and no, I took 3. I lost one on NVDA
Mm-hmm.
and Intel and QUBT. I took the same trade twice, so it was a good day. It was Baba your only trade?
Yeah, Baba was my only trade. I don't, like I said, I don't take a lot of trades. Usually
Yeah.
it's 1 or 2 trades a day for me. But if I end up with a winner, I'm looking for another trade. Probably I will take one more trade, either at 11, either at in the chat room at 12 p.m. By the way, guys, yesterday I ended up trading in the chat room. Uh, did not make money, unfortunately. The trade has failed, but I think it was a good trade. So we ended up trading the Qs yesterday for a long, like 5 minutes after the YouTube session. This was my trade. So Q sold off a lot into a level which is 2 days ago low. It double bottomed, fake broke below the level, volume spike, and we already had a volume spike around here, and recovered. So I played it to the long side, stop loss at this level. Retested the level and continued the move, added to my position, moved my stop loss to the middle of the range. And if this thing made it all the way up here, that would have been already past for our trade. But unfortunately, it went into the middle and I lost full R on it. Just trying to be transparent about it. Not all the trades that we are taking are working. And losing is also part of the game.
So on Intel, on my Intel here, I feel like I should target around 123, I think. Top of
Yeah, I
the
think that the sooner, the earlier the partial, the better it is, because the 15-minute chart and the 30-minute chart are both overstretched. Soon we're going to have a big pullback on it. Before the continuation, you might not survive the pullback on it. So totally worth locking in some profits, at least to turn it into a risk-free trade. And then you can hold on for a bigger run.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, there's a few people asking about shorting the stock. Yeah, I've actually learned this from Brian. Like he's a big advocate of not shorting a strong stock. Will I absolutely not trade it? If the price action tells you differently and it goes into your strategy, maybe there's a reversal somewhere, but for the most part, I try not to short a strong stock.
Yeah, when I play reversals, I also have simple rule. You either want to play a reversal on a stock that is in a range on the daily chart, because if a stock is in a range on the daily chart, there is no clear bias, no clear direction. It could uptrend intraday and then make full reversal, or downtrend and make full reversal to the opposite direction. That's the first thing. The second type of reversals are reversals into the direction of the daily trend. So if the daily chart is clearly uptrending, making higher highs and higher lows, I'm okay playing reversals if intraday to day we are selling off against the direction of the daily chart. Basically, I'm trying to catch a move into the favorable direction. And the third type of reversals for me are reversals into the direction of the catalyst. For example, the semiconductor sector right now, or the tech sector right now, is in play. I mean, week after week, we end up closing green. So any sell-off intraday with the bottoming price action could give us an amazing reversal to the opposite direction. But playing a semiconductor or maybe the tech sector to the short side, it's probably not going to be the smartest idea. I mean, for a reversal to the short side.
I saw your stat this morning in the morning show with Carlos and Peter. Semiconductors are up 75% and the market's up 5% or something. Is that what it was?
Oh yeah, it was like the semiconductors up around 60% in one single month, or maybe this year, and the SPY is only up 9% or 10%, right?
Yeah, like wow. Yeah, the semiconductors are it's such a great opportunity right now, but just yeah,
Exactly.
trade carefully.
Okay. Mash saying, why wasn't Baba listed in a stock list? What a waste of. No, look, it's different watch list, Massey. Remember that? We have many different moderators at Verbal Traders. You have me, you have Carlos, Kyle, Peter, Brian, Andrew, Gary, and all of us are trading different trading styles. For me, Baba was a good one to put on the list, but for Carlos and Peter, it wasn't the best one for them to put on the list because they have a different trading style. And the pre-market show is not there to pick the best stocks for the day for everyone. It's to pick the best stocks for the day, at least for Carlos and Peter, because they are the hosts and because they trade live and they want to trade live something that they are familiar with. If I was, for example, trading the open with Carlos and Peter on the YouTube, probably I would have added Ballot because it would have been something that I am watching. But look, this is not the only stock that did a good move today. Kyle played INTC to the short side. I think there was someone else who played QUBT to the short side, which is also not a bad stock for the day. So many different stocks to watch, many different trading styles, and it's not the end. There will still be trading opportunities, and probably we'll call something out during this afternoon, so or this morning if we find something interesting. We end up calling at least one call a day, which works nicely, and maybe today we're going to find something interesting. What's your three candlestick rule, Sean? My three candlestick rule is in short, you want to get your entry within candlestick 1 or candlestick 2. You want to start taking your partials on candlestick 3 and afterwards. You do not want to open a position on 3 and forward. For example, if you open the Qs around here, candlesticks for a short. This is a candlestick 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 for a short. Candlesticks for a long play. This is a candlestick for a long. This one for a long. This one for a long. This one for a long as well. This one for a long. This one for a long. Also, it depends on your bias. For example, if you're short bias, you believe that today is a red day and where we're going to be downtrending, you want your entries to be within these two. Anything here is already too late. You don't want to play to the short side. After the pullback, you want to get your entries somewhere around here. Anything after that, it's too late. Or maybe somewhere around here, which is not a good setup, but it's still candlestick 1 or 2 to the short side or something around here. If you're long biased, you want to get your entry within the beginning of the move, which is here, and after the pullbacks here, and somewhere around here. You do not want to play to the long side here or here. That's bad. It's already too late. You do not want to play to the long side around here or here. It's already too late. You need to wait for the pullback. And that's basically it. This is the three candlestick rule. But that's on the 5-minute charts. We obviously have the 30-minute chart. For example, let me actually do that. It's an important part. So I said on the 5-minute chart, this is a good entry for a long because it's candlestick 1, right? After the pullback. But if you take a look at the 30-minute chart, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. So even though the 5-minute chart is telling you that it's a good candlestick for a long, the 30-minute chart is telling you that the price is overstretched and you do not want to play to the long side. So this is ready, this is not ready. So what do you need to do now? You need to wait for the 30-minute chart to be ready for a long and then wait for the 5-minute chart to align with the 30. Now that we see that the 30-minute chart is overstretched, third candlestick, we know that the 30-minute chart needs to start pulling back. So rather than looking for a long on the Qs around here, maybe play it for a short. Because on the 5-minute chart, you have a double top that coincides with the 30-minute chart that's looking for a pullback. That's basically multiple time frame analysis in short. You don't build your plan and trade simply based on what you see on one time frame. You do that across multiple time frames.
Amazing. Wow.
Thank you.
I started reading your book last night as well. If anyone hasn't bought it, it's the best $15 you'll spend, honestly.
9.
9, sorry, I'm in Canada. Everything's more expensive here.
You see, so it's literally the best $9 you'll ever see. See, this is what we were talking about INTC. It's smart to lock in profits as soon as possible. Because while the 5-minute chart looked really good, the 30 was already overstretched and needed a pullback. And this is what we said. You might not survive a pullback if you do not lock in any profits around here. And this is, by the way, a question that a lot of traders are asking. When do I hold on for a trend? When do I scalp my position? When do I partial like earlier? When do I add to my position? It's doing it this way. Knowing what time frame you're playing and where you are sitting in the trend helps you understand how long you can hold on to your trade. So sometimes it's smart to just hold on for 2 minutes and trade like Andrew. Sometimes it's smart to hold for 2 or 3 hours because you caught a good stock on a good day.
But how do you know?
Well, like I was saying, it depends on the time frame that we are playing. I'll actually share a couple examples right now and break them down from trades that I've taken, okay? I think that would be helpful. Obviously, there is no 100% guarantee, right? But there are signs. For example, take a look at this NVDA trade that I'm taking around here. NVDA is in a clear uptrend on the daily chart, just breaking this consolidation, 1, 2 after the breakout. So the daily chart is in an uptrend. Daily average true range $7. Now I'm predicting what candlestick? I'm predicting the daily candlestick. So I know that the daily could go up to $7. Now the real question, can I get a good entry to catch this whole $7 or not? I move on to the 60-minute chart, and on the 60-minute chart I see a base, a flat price action, which is the beginning of the move. Candlestick 1, candlestick 2 on the hourly chart, and I know that we can catch 3. So I know that if I manage to get an entry on NVDA around the open, I'll be able to squeeze the whole average through range move. Then I go to the 5-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart, I see an ugly price action, nothing crazy. Breaks to the upside, ranges, breaks to the downside. Some people would give it a try for a 1-minute opening range breakdown, but I do not care about the 1-minute opening range breakdown because the 60 is screaming long, the daily is screaming long. So if this thing ends up selling off, I don't care about it, let it be. Then I see it recovering, squeezing inside the range. So I have a fake break right now, played it to the long side. The beginning of the move is around 217. The end of the move is 224. So I ended up holding it as close as possible to 224 because that's a trend trade that I'm playing where all the time frames are aligned. Now there are some plays sometimes, and I'll show you an example now, where the daily chart and the 60-minute chart do not coincide with each other. This is a good example on PFE around here. First of all, looking at PFE on the daily chart, I can see that we have a red after a green, after a doji, after a hammer, after a doji, and I have no idea what's going to happen today. So I'm definitely not going to be playing a whole daily ATR around this one, even though it ended up going to the upside. Next, I go to the 60-minute chart, and on the 60-minute chart, I can see that this thing is selling off. It broke this mini consolidation area, and it has room all the way to the downside. And we're sitting in the middle of the 60-minute chart. So again, 60-minute chart, not a long, not a short. I have no idea where the 60-minute chart is headed. Then I go to the 5-minute chart and I see that the 5-minute chart had the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 6. I know that the 5-minute chart needs to pull back. I don't know where the daily is headed. I don't know where the 60 is headed, but I know that the 5-minute chart needs to pull back. I see a consolidation on the 5-minute chart. I'm playing it to the long side. I'm adding around the retest and I'm out around the 9 and the 20 moving average on the 5-minute chart. I do not care about the bigger move on this one because the bigger time frames are not supporting the move. Another good example is here on AMD. Taking a look at this thing, the daily chart gapped a lot, closed green. So I have a feeling that the daily chart is going to continue going higher. So the daily here on AMD is probably a long play. I go to the 60-minute chart and I see that the 60-minute chart is not in a trend. The 60-minute chart is sitting in a range. And every time we approach the high, we have a red candlestick. Every time we approach the low, we have a green candlestick. Every time we approach the high, there is a red candlestick. Not necessarily a follow through all the way to the downside. Sometimes it bottoms and it goes back up. And every time we're around the low, I'm expecting a long. So now I'm not playing a daily chart, I'm playing a 60-minute chart because the 60-minute chart is sitting in a range. 5-minute chart gave me the confirmation, double bottom and mini consolidation. I played it to the long side and just a small move, not a full move because around here I'm not playing a daily, I'm not playing a 5, I'm just playing a 60-minute candlestick. And that's how I know what time frame I need to play. Same thing around here, last example, AMD. If we take a look at the daily chart, AMD gapped up today because of news. The average through range on AMD is $20, but the gap up was $40, $50. This thing is already past its ATR, so I have no idea how far this thing is going to go to the upside. I'm not touching the daily chart and I don't care about it at all. The 60-minute chart pulled back into the 9 moving average. In my book, I mentioned that the 9 moving average is a trend trading moving average. The first pullback into the 9 on a strong trend usually holds. So I want to play it to the long side, and if I end up playing it to the long side, it's going to be 160-minute candlestick play. Not daily, not 5-minute chart. I know that it's going to be a 60-minute play. Confirmation on the 5-minute chart. Mini range. Break of the range to the upside, into the direction of the daily. I do not care about this, the daily around here, so into the direction of the 60. And that's it. Just one momentum to the upside. That's how I know. And again, there is no guarantee. Sometimes there is no follow through. Sometimes it continues going more. But we play statistics, things that are repeatable, things that happen more often than not. That's how I build my whole trading plan.
Amazing. Wow. If you guys haven't liked the video, please do it and subscribe and buy Eamon's book. That is, you usually have to pay for that knowledge, honestly. Like, and you guys are getting it for free. So give the video a little bit of a like there. Thank you, Eamon. And that's honestly like that's part of my journey as well. Like, yes, I'm more of an opening range momentum trader, but when you hear stories like how Eamon trades, like not stories, just it's experience, right? Like he is so knowledgeable in how he trades. So coming to these sessions and just taking notes, like the 3 candle rule is something that I'm going to implement into my trade book now too, right? But if I didn't show up to these sessions and if I didn't, put my energy into this and listen to Amen, like you're gonna miss really important knowledge out there. So show up to these sessions and just enjoy it, show up every day.
Well, you'll pick at least 1 or 2 pieces of information every day, which are small, but slowly you're going to build a whole trade book out of that. And
Yeah.
the name of the book is Complete Guide to Multiple Time Frame Analysis and Reading Price Action. I put the link here in the chat. Give it a read. You're definitely going to enjoy it. That's something I can guarantee. And yeah, don't forget about putting a like. Free knowledge around here. Kyle is sharing everything he knows. I share with you everything I know. And don't be shy asking questions. That's how you learn, guys.
I think something that I want to touch on that you brought up is really important is when you learn something, like say you learn something today, if you implement it, you show up as kind of a different person the next day, right? Because you're thinking about these technicals that he brings up, right? And do you want to implement it into your trading right away into a live account? No, but that's when you go in the simulator on Trading Terminal and back test these strategies. Like a lot of the things that Eamon covers, it's sometimes it's a different language to me, like because I don't use multiple time frames in my style of trading. However, what he does works. What I do as well works. So when you pick something up from one of these sessions, it's important to journal it and log it out and think about it. And then the next day, you should kind of show up as a different person in a small way, a different mindset, because you're approaching the markets with a different set of eyes. So it's very important to just journal your trades. And when you learn something, journal it and write it down and reflect on it and come back the next day with that mindset.
Exactly.
Sorry, a bit of a ramble.
That's
Exactly.
we
What
like
would Eamon
rambling.
do? Exactly. WWAD. That's right. What would Eamon do right here? Would he short this? Would he add? And if he doesn't, you know?
And then we'll all lose money with Damon. By the way, guys,
And that's
someone
the beauty
asked
of
about
a
the double
community,
bottom.
right?
Sorry, what
Like,
were you saying, Kyle?
no, I'm just saying that's the beauty of a community, right? Like you can run your trades past people, and that's why I love being in the chat room as well, because there's so many like-minded people in there, and when you share your trades, you're going to get good feedback. And if you took a bad trade, people are going to hold you accountable. Like, why did you do that trade? Is it outside of your trading book? So being inside the variable traders community is awesome, and I love being in there every morning. So if you guys aren't in there, I believe there's still a weekly trial. Um, I'll put a link up in the chat
I
here as
think it
well.
costs $1. You literally lose nothing, guys. And $1 not because to make money out of it, it's just to make sure that no bots are joining the community.
Yeah. And that's how I started. I started on in a weekly subscription. I got inside. I think yeah, it's good for 5 days. I paid $30 and you get exposed to the community. And inside that community, you know, there's a lot of knowledge and there's so many videos for people if you're just getting started. It's definitely worth the investment for sure. But sorry, you were saying double bottom on SNDK?
Yeah, someone was calling SNDK for double bottom and asking a question about it. So hourly chart wise, this thing looks like a good reversal for a long play. The 30-minute chart looks like a bear flag or a reverse ABCD pattern. The 15-minute chart is indecisive. So if you are looking for a reversal on SNDK, like a higher accuracy reversal, I would wait for it to break at least this level and then recover into this level. That's the least thing you want to see before you end up playing a reversal on SNDK. How long have you been trading for? Nasser, I've been trading for 10 years. I started trading in 2016, started with crypto, which did not end up going well for me. Luckily, I was not rich and I did not have a lot of capital in my savings. I just lost my savings for PS4. Which is
I
honestly a really good story. A lot of traders, when they start, they end up blowing up, like literally blowing up a lot of savings. Luckily, I was not rich. I did not have a lot of money, so my blow up was really light. It still felt painful because I couldn't get my PS4. Sorry to remember, but
I'd
it's
rather lose
life.
$400 than 25,000.
I agree with that.
Like I did it, but I know like a couple people that you know, and it's part of it, right? It's like paying your tuition. Like Eamon's he's a doctor, right? Like if you go to school and you get a 4-year education, you're gonna pay, I mean, in Canada it's 30, 40 grand. In the States, I don't even know how much it is, but sometimes you got to pay to play a little bit, and you pay for the knowledge a little bit, right? And that's why showing up to these YouTubes, this is free education for you guys. Like what Eamon goes on about in here is you can't put a price tag on it, right? And it's important that you really sit down and think about what he's saying, because until you've been trading for a long time and you really understand like the multiple time frames and just how to trade, his knowledge, you can't put a price tag on it. Like, you know, he has courses and all that he charges thousands of dollars for, but and he's giving you free knowledge right here. So it's definitely worth being inside of for sure.
So guys,
Um,
if I end up sharing all the knowledge around here on YouTube every day, nobody's gonna buy my courses.
yeah, exactly.
Mark is saying, in trading terminals tools, is it possible to use Atlas while sync to replay or backtest? You can use Atlas, but you need to top up it to open it as an app and then just drag it somewhere. Obviously, you cannot have it in the replay itself in trading terminal. So replay in trading terminal, it looks like this. That's how it looks like. And obviously, if you put this around here, the moment you click on the browser, it just gets it covered. So the best thing that you could do is just maybe make Atlas a little bit smaller because you don't need a big portion of it, and drag the browser something like this. That's the best thing that you could do, to be honest. I don't see any other way to have it on the same screen. But who knows? Maybe there will be some future updates where you'll be able to have Atlas on the exact same page. You know, for the amount of money that Andrew charges on trading terminal, I don't think he's going to just uh, go too deep, at least at the moment, because this is reworking the whole layout and the whole backend. So popping it out, putting it on another screen is way easier than just doing all that work on the backend. How do you both do trading journal or trade review? I stopped journaling. I just take screenshots like this for time frames, and by the end of the week or end of the month, I just go through my screenshots one by one by one by one, something like this.
Mhm.
Uh, when I just started trading, I was having an Excel sheet journal. I'll show you how it looks like now. One second, one second. There it is, something like this. This is the simple journal that I have some of my mentees running. The name of the stock that you played it, what direction you played it to, how many hours you made, could you have made more if, for example, you held on for longer. You track the write rate, you track the win rate, you track your selection across multiple time frames, you track your execution and management. This is basically as simple as it gets. When I was testing a strategy in detail, and now this is going to blow up your minds a little bit. Uh, this is how I backtested the breakout strategy, and I did not have all these columns around here back in time. I added them one by one by one. What stock I played it, was it a win or a loss? I tracked different entry criterias. For example, different stop loss criterias. For example, what if my stop loss was behind the breakout line? What if my stop loss was behind the market open line? What if the stop loss was behind the range, behind view up, behind entry candle, behind previous candle? I mean, just so many different entry stop loss criterias. Um, how did it look like? Tight 5 minute range, multiple touches at the breakout area, flat top on the 60, flat top on the 60, fake breakout in the opposite direction, fake breakout into the same direction. How did the multiple time frames candlesticks look like? Previous daily candle, red average hammer, previous 60-minute hammer. Different entry criteria for this thing, different management criteria, different exit criteria. So there was a lot that I've backtested. Some of them meant a lot, some of them did not mean a lot. Some of them helped me develop other strategies outside the breakout strategy. And some people are thinking, Emma, can you share with me this journal? It's not going to help you because tracking what I tracked around here might not make sense to you. You should not start with any journal that's complex or complicated. It needs to be as simple as you can have. And then slowly, if you think that there is a point or a criteria that could be important to add into your journal, you add it, you backtest it, and that's it. Now, one thing that I forgot to tell, the journal should not have a lot of text into it because some people love journaling, love explaining a lot. I did well because I did that. Probably the mistake that I did is that. The lesson for the day is that you're going to read it for the last 2 or 3 days, but you're not going to read whatever you've written 1 month ago. It needs to be as simple as yes, no, 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 yes, no, just numbers where you click, you have the summary. It needs to be something direct. You take a look at, and you can have a summary for a whole week or a whole month just by scrolling. If you have a lot of text, you're not going to read it.
I think one thing I want to talk about as well with that is don't overcomplicate, especially if you're starting, because if you're writing down too much, you're not going to do it. I guarantee you. If you have five different things you're going to talk about inside of it, after a long day, like some traders trade in the morning and then get up and go to their job, right? So when are you actually going to journal? Are you going to do it when you get home, when you got to make dinner, you got to take care of the kids, you got to go for a run or whatever it is that you do. So if journaling is going to take you 15 minutes, when are you going to do it? Is it when your session's over? Or are you going to do it at nighttime? It's important that you do it and make it simple, right? For me, I just use the trading terminal journal. It takes all my trades and spits it in there. But when I first started, honestly, and a lot of rookie traders just don't journal. They don't think it's important. But if you don't journal and you don't study what you're trading and your style, in my opinion, you'll never be successful. Eamon's been trading for 10 years. Like he doesn't need to journal with detail his emotions. Did I sleep last night? What was my target? All these little things that are important when you first start. Because if you don't get a good night's rest and you have a bad trading day, it can affect you, right? But for him, like as well as me now, I just screenshot it and I look at it later and I'll make some notes about it. But it's taken me about 2 years of journaling every day to get to that, right? So make it simple, don't overcomplicate it, and just commit to just logging out your trades. It'll help you for sure.
Yep. Don't skip leg days. Legs day.
Don't skip leg days. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. See? So it's really important to journal when you just start out, but as you progress, you don't need to keep it as detailed as it is. And as you progress, is different from one trader to another. For some people, could be done with journaling after 1 year or 2 years. Some people need like 5 years. Some people need 10 years. I mean, it's different from one to another. But for me, I know my trade book cover to cover. You ask me a question, I know exactly how to answer it just by looking at the chart. I don't even need to stare at the chart for a few seconds. I just take a look at the chart and I can tell what's happening because it's 10 years of it's thousands of hours of viewing the charts. But you need to get to this level first. Eventually, you put a lot of work initially, but then you don't need to spend that much trading, journaling, etc. It's like Kyle said, going to a college or university. You spend a lot of money initially, you spend a lot of time, but then after that, once you start putting this knowledge into work, just literally putting it into work, you're not studying it. And don't get me wrong, uh, there is no end or perfection for your setup. You keep learning something new every single day. Uh, I think I improved my breakout strategy to the next level a year and a half ago after 8 years and a half of trading. So I keep making small adjustments. I keep adding a few things to my strategy. And every time I think, okay, that's it, my strategy is perfect, I gain more knowledge and I adjust it slightly. So you'll keep learning every single day, and that's really important for trading. But you don't need to be as thorough with it as you are on during your first days of trading.
Yeah. Couple questions here. How about the trading book for a beginner? Because I started and feel I don't have much to write in my book. Yeah, I mean, for me, when I first started journaling, it's why did you enter the trade? What was your target? How much were you risking? Okay. And then just your emotional state as well. Like, did you have a good sleep? Did you wake up on time? Did you, I've had days when I first started as well. I'd show up at 7:15, boom, I'd go to the morning show and I'd see what they were looking at and I just, trade to trade. But it's important to show up, sit down at your computer, half hour, 45 minutes minimum beforehand, get focused, draw your lines out, and just get yourself submerged in what you want to accomplish today. So, did you sit down? Did you rush your trade? Did you sit down at your computer at 7:25, just look at the pre-market show, pick a stock, and just rush into a trade? If you do that, in my opinion, you're not going to be successful long term because you're just rushing into things, right? If you're mirror trading people, it's a recipe for failure, in my opinion. So don't overcomplicate it. What was your name? Nasir. Just make it simple. If you email me, Kyle@bearabletraders.com, I'll send you a template that I used, and it's in the back end of Bearable Traders. But I'm happy. I think you were in the chat room this morning, actually, Nasir. So yeah, email me and I'll send you that template, and you can fill it out and get started. Um,
Nightcats is asking a question. Do you want to take it? Also?
I'm afraid to hold for a full stop out because I did a lot of break-even trades. Honestly, I think that just comes with time, right? And experience. Being being wrong, as a human, especially for me, like a lot of successful traders are very competitive people, in my opinion. Like, if it's Eamon, Eamon's a doctor. Like people forget, like Eamon's a doctor. He's very, very smart, and Andrew's climbing mountains and Peter's running his marathons and he's a big corporate guy. And success in trading, it depends on your mindset, right? So, but you need to understand that getting stopped out is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing because you're controlling your risk. And it is hard to get over. Like when I first started, I didn't use hard stops and it burned me. Like I'm in Canada, like I've said the story a few times. It cost me 10 grand. Eamon lost $400 on a PlayStation. It cost me $10,000. So everyone learns a different way. But long term, you must be stopped out. You can get back in the trade. Just always remember, if you're proven wrong, boom, you lose $50. You've risked $50. Okay, so you lost 1 hour. But you get back into another trade and you make 3 or 4 hour. Okay, so now you're up 2 or 3 hours on the day. But you've got stopped out. But if you don't stop out and that thing goes against you 40, 50 cents, you've taken your stop loss off, you're like, oh, you get wishful thinking and you think it's going to come back. I guarantee you it will not come back and you will blow your accounts. I've blown 3 or 4 funded accounts. I'm very open about this. Yes, I've been successful in 3 of them, but I've also blown up 4 or 5 different times because I didn't stick to my risk management, and that's part of it. It's just like I always thought if it'll bounce back, it'll bounce back. Chances are it's not going to, and that's what really kills your account, especially in a funded account with a $2,000 drawdown. If you're over leveraged and you don't stop out, you're gonna blow it up. I guarantee you. So yeah, stop out and just know it's part of the process. Having a 60 or 70% hit rate is great. If you have a 30% hit rate, but your risk to reward is 4 or 5 R, you're still going to be a profitable trader. And that's where logging your trades and journaling and knowing your statistics are very important to your long-term success of being a trader. Um, yeah, that's it. That's how I feel about it.
That's totally true. I agree with that. And look, if you're afraid to hold for a full stop or this fear of losing, you need to have some data on your trades. When you know that your trades or the levels that you're picking for your stop losses are accurate and the price holds them more than not, you're going to feel more confident holding on to your original stop loss and catching the winner. But if you don't have the data that supports your strategy, then you'll always hesitate because you do not know what is better. Is it better to exit at break even or is it better to exit at full loss? Trading is a game of math. These numbers are repeatable. You have fixed percentage win rate, a fixed percentage loss rate, a fixed risk to reward ratio on your winners, an average losing trade, and that happens over and over and over. So that's something that you need to track. And once you have the numbers, it will be easier to manage your trades. To be honest, it feels a little bit sad. I don't have a fancy story, a fancy blowout story to tell the traders. 10 years of trading and I don't have a fancy story. Like a lot of traders come with these amazing stories, how they learned from their best mistake, and I don't have that.
You are the story, but you've had success and failures too, for sure.
Yep, I had them, yeah, but luckily no blowouts. Luckily, honestly, luckily no blowouts because I would not have made it. I literally had one shot into trading. I literally sold my car. I did everything that we should not do. I took a loan from the bank. I took a loan from my parents just to get this $25,000 account and to get over the PDT. So I knew if I blow out, I'll be in a big trouble. So
Wow, good for you. That's
yeah.
a great story. What do you mean you don't have a story? You sold your car and took a loan out? Like that is it's a
See,
great
I
story.
broke all the rules that a beginner shouldn't do once they start trading. Trading with scared money. Right now, guys, you don't need to do that. You can do just funded accounts.
Just do
No
the
need to
funded
take
account.
loans. No need to sell your car.
Yeah. Um, we're gonna how to draw support and resistance on a chart. I'm not too sure I understand how to draw. Like you just want to know how to draw them?
If you're asking how to find levels, maybe he's asking how to find levels. Look, I'll summarize it for you. There are a few type of levels that we're looking for. For me, there are A plus levels. A plus levels are automatic levels, levels that are drawn by your trading platform. It's yesterday's high, yesterday's low, 2 days ago high, 2 days ago low, recent levels, and previous day close. These are A plus levels. You're not going to get mistaken about them. Every trader has them. A lot of platforms are drawing them. Second type of levels, zoom out the 60-minute chart for the last 10 days and draw the extreme high and extreme low. These are the second type of levels that you can find. Third type of levels are levels where you had an area acting as both a support and a resistance. That's a resistance, that's a support. So that's a really strong level because it's this exact same area acted as a support and as resistance. It goes in this order: automatic levels, extreme high, extreme low, levels that acted as both support and resistance. So if after some time the SPY drops to 715.68, that would be an interesting zone to keep an eye on. And finally, drawing levels based on the concept of multiple touches. For example, you can see that, okay, we had one touch here, we had one touch here, we had one touch here, we had one touch here. Okay, approximately this is a level or this is a zone that is interesting. Let's take a look at this. Okay, there is one touch here, one touch here, one touch here, one touch here. That is a good level that could act as a support or resistance. This is the weakest of them all because for you it might be around here, for someone else it might be somewhere around here, like this level around here. Some people would see it like this, some people would see it like this, but it's still a zone. And for levels that are manual, you need volume verification. Once the price approaches the level, keep an eye on volume on the 1 minute chart. If you see volume spike around the level that you found, that means that the level that you found is an area of interest. If there is no volume confirmation around the level, then maybe it's not that important and you could totally ignore it. Okay. All right, guys. One more question before we call it today. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Someone wanted us to review NVDA. I don't know. Like I said, I mean, the Q's reversed nicely to the upside. The move was too big. We're having now a pullback on the 30-minute chart, so it's not necessarily a reversal. This could be a reversal, could be a pullback, but the move is already done. If you missed the entry around here for a long, it's too late. For a short, I don't think it's a good play. Kyle already said this before. You do not want to short a stock that is strong. For semiconductors, for example, a semiconductor stock that is sitting at all-time high, that already reversed intraday, you do not want to go for a short on it. Same thing for INTC. I would not look for shorts on it, even though it can go lower. It's classic, it's amazing, it's gaining some selling volume, which is really good. But I would prefer to see a gap fill, see it approaching the low of the day areas before we play long on it. Any more questions, guys?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, Nasir, I use the 9, 20, the 50, and the 200 moving average, and then VWAP as well.
Awesome.
Hey, you're welcome,
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Glad you learned a lot. We'll be calling it a day around here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com or kyle@bearbletraders.com. We'll talk to you tomorrow, and I'll be headed to the chat room right now. See you guys.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. 1 million viewers. I think we're still giving away a Tesla. Maybe it could be an
Exactly.
Optimus robot. Who knows? But we're on the way. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Eamon.
Thank you, Kyle.
Okay, we'll talk to you.